Hello and welcome to this, our 270th live stream. Dead or Ankh? You're either dead or you're Ankh. And if you're not aware of what Ankh means, you can go to our Monday live stream or our Monday teaching video and you can find out all about the wonderful hieroglyph Ankh and how it relates to the Bible and Christian history. Okay, we have got a handful of channel business tonight. The first one we want to make people aware of is this has been pointed out by Iron Knight here. IP has a newborn and on the way and needs funding to move to provide for his family and soon to be newborn. Pray and help him and head to his channel or new video and presents the GoFundMe. Now there's a reason why. In case you're not aware, IP has been threatened. He's been threatened by doxing, murder threats, and threats against his family from the Islamic Dawa guys. So, it is... Stream is buffering and no sound. Is it just you, AJ, or is it others as well? Stream is buffering and no sound. Yeah, it is buffering. I'm gonna kill that upload. Okay, hopefully that will help. And if it doesn't, let me just see. Does not appear to be helping. Yeah. Everybody else can hear. All right, well, let me just kill the upload. The sound is off for me. It's alive. Let me just make sure. Cancel upload. Yeah, cancel that upload. All right, upload is canceled. So that should probably make things better, I hope. And if it doesn't, well, we can only do what I can do. If you can hear. If you can hear, see Dr. Falk. Okay. Well, isn't that fun? Jack Reese says it was fine the whole time for me. Well, we are getting dropped frames on our side here, so that doesn't seem to have been affected by the canceling the upload, though. I thought it might have been, but it doesn't look like it. All right, let's get to the channel business, and then we'll move on. First thing, channel business is our most recent book, Lord of Steel and Sky, has come out. It was released this week, and we're going to be doing a special live stream in 4 weeks' time on August 12th, where we take your Q&A on anything you want. It will be on a Wednesday, not a Friday. We will still do the Friday live stream, but the Wednesday live stream will be just for talking about the book. So, CPM DOS got his today. Excellent. That is good to hear. Okay. The other piece of channel news is that Reliquary of the Dead, the first book, we are going to be posting the entire audiobook on YouTube. Okay? So you can listen to the entire audiobook on YouTube. Now, why have we decided to do this? Well, people weren't buying the audiobook. All right, that's fine. But there's also been a trend recently of people taking your book, putting a a AI voice narrator to it and then publishing it on YouTube. We want to sort of nip that in the bud. So if there's ever a copyright claim, that we have standing because we got there first, essentially. So there's so we are going to be releasing Reliquary of the Dead as a free audiobook on YouTube. We don't know how long we'll do this. Might not be that long, but hopefully the ad revenue will hopefully earn us more than the actual proceeds from the audiobook itself. So we're going to try something new here, see how it works. If it works well, we might do it with the other books as well. So, with that said, that's all the channel business. Common Lurker goes, you narrated it? I did. The first book I narrated. If I do maybe the second or third one, I probably won't narrate it again. It just takes so much time to narrate. I mean, I have to usually take out 2 months to narrate a book, so it's really not time or cost effective for me to do it. Darkblade goes, would such AI readovers count as a form of piracy? They do, but enforcement is the problem. Nobody ever wins a copyright case on piracy. Nobody. It's just one of those things that unless you're like, it's a huge class action lawsuit, nobody cares. So even though it hurts the authors, and that sort of piracy does hurt authors, you're just sort of, at that point, you're just spitting in the wind. So it's a better strategy at that point to basically post it yourself on YouTube and just let the and if they're then at that point, if somebody else pirates it with AI, then all you have to do is do a copyright claim. And because you have the book already on there, you don't have to fight as hard to prove the copyright claim. So, CPM versus DOS, out-pirate the pirates. Yeah, that's exactly what this is. This is out-pirating the pirates. So that's why we're doing it, is to out-pirate the pirates. Okay, so that's our channel business for today. Privateer. Let's go into the channel rules and we'll get to the questions. We don't actually have a lot of questions today. So, super chats have priority. That's true of all YouTube. Only, you can post a non-super chat question by putting a Q and a colon in front of it. We don't guarantee we take it, but we do see it. If it doesn't have that Q and the colon in front, we don't see it. Might as well not exist. If it's a non-super chat, only post it once. Multiple super or non-super chats will be disqualified for the night if it's the same question. So no question spamming. We will not tolerate it. Next one is, if it's a verse from the Bible, we do need some context. So we're going to need the what book it's from, what chapter, and what verse. And if we do allow you can sponsor a question with a super chat. We just ask that you copy the question into your super chat so we don't have to hunt for it. And then finally, one question per chat. Question stacking is not fair to anybody, and we'll just take one question if you do that. All right? So that said, let's get to the questions. All right. Our first question here is from Golden Wind. And he asks, how would one know if boy, am I tongue-tied tonight, if they're writing, if it is publishable, or if one needs to do more practice novels or short stories? Best way is get a group of friends who will be brutally honest with you as beta readers. brutally honest. Do not get sycophants as beta readers. In fact, if you have a sycophant as a beta reader, cut them off. You don't need sycophants for beta readers. You need people to tell you the unvarnished truth as a beta reader. Now, if you are able to collect a group of people around you who are brutally honest, CPM versus DOS. This chapter sucks. Yeah, just like that. Or this ending sucks. I've had that from a beta reader. I've had that from an alpha reader. Yes, you need to know if it sucks. And here's the thing. Once you've done like 4 or 5 novels, that's a pretty good stint of practice. Your beta readers at that point are going to say, well, it sucks less, or it's actually pretty good. If it's actually pretty good, then you might be able to get it to a point where it's publishable. So you're going to have to really trust your beta readers here to give you the perspective of telling you the truth. Ryan Cohenkamp, how do you know the beta readers are correct? That's why you get more than one of them. Okay? You get several of them. And again, you make sure they're not sycophants. The job of the beta reader is to give unvarnished truth. So if they're there just to stroke your ego, they're not good beta readers. If they like everything you do without qualification, they're not a good beta reader. Darkblade, this youth pastor character sucks. Yes, in that case, though, does he suck because he's a bad character, or is he sucking because he's bad? There's a difference between a character that's badly written and a character that's just bad. Okay? So that's a little different. Okay? Francis Doss asks, how do you find brutally honest, also kind friends to do this? They are being kind through their brutal honesty. You don't need them to sugarcoat it. You shouldn't. Here's the one problem when you sugarcoat things for an author. They'll lick off the sugar and forget what's underneath. So it's a huge temptation for authors to accept sugarcoating as praise. When the author really needs to get a kick in the pants, that's the purpose of beta readers, is to kick the author in the pants, say, hey, pay attention to this part of your writing, it's not good. So they don't have to be nice. It's better if they're not nice. The less nice a beta reader is, the better. Ryan Cohenkamp, the 3rd chapter didn't suck. Actually, that happens a lot more than people think. You can write like 3-4 chapters, and the beta reader will tell you, you didn't really need those first 3 or 4 chapters. Chop them. Kill them.
Ooh. Slammer's got good.
Ooh, ouch. Slammer says the last chapter was the best because it was the end. Ouch. Owie. I mean, I did a beta reader for a guy where I had to tell him he needed to cut the first 15 chapters. And basically because his story didn't really begin until chapter 15. Now, the dude still had 70,000 words. I mean, it wasn't like he was losing. I mean, out of a 135,000 word novel, cutting out 15 chapters turned out to still leave him 70,000 words. But yeah, ooh, awesome. Uh, Mama says, Doc, I got my soft cover of book 3 today. Awesome. Glad to hear that. You're still going to receive a hardcover. I just haven't gotten around to doing it yet. So that's coming. The beta readers are still going to get the hardcover. Thank you. Bubble Trouble. Yikes. 15? Maybe he should have made them a prologue. A prologue should really only be 1 or 2 pages. Prologues should be really, really short. I mean, if your prologue is more than 2 pages, you're really writing chapter 1. And then you got to ask the question, do I really need the prologue? So, prologues are horribly abused. They're one of the worst things that most authors do, unless they are really, really smart about how they do it. All right, next one. Move on here. What do I see this here? CPM versus DOS. Sloppy needs another chapter. Sloppy might be getting his own book. we are looking into the possibility of giving Sloppy an entire book. So we'll see. Bubble Trouble, right? But if he chopped up the 15 chapters into 2 pages, then it turns out better. Not necessarily. But if you are going to do a prologue, it's got to be real short. Mama goes, yes! Everyone wants Sloppy. Everyone wants Sloppy. Sloppy spin-off. Yes, we might be working on a Sloppy spin-off. All right, let's move on here. It won't be book 4, though. All right, next one here.
Readers would have hated it.
Yeah. Yeah, beta readers would have hated it, Paul, at times. All right, next question. Let's move on to the next question here. Ooh. Slammer says, Sloppy's Culinary Adventures. Something like that. Something like that. Count of Mercy. A sloppy prequel? No. A sloppy sequel. Not a prequel. A sequel.
Sloppy stays busy after.
CPM versus DOS. The foodie book? I'm not really sure if it would be a foodie book. What do you think? Mama goes, next fan fiction contest should be who can write the best sloppy story. Yeah, I don't know why we're getting buffering tonight. We're getting a lot of buffering tonight. All right, let's move on here. Next question. is from Golden Wind. Are you ever going to license out your work to any interested mangakas? Nobody's asked. Frankly, nobody's asked to license the work, and I mean, I might license it out to a mangaka, but no one's asked for it, so. Yeah, we're getting about 7% frame drop tonight for some reason. So, I mean, I could try to stop it and restart it, but yeah, we're getting a lot of frame drop tonight. Might be a YouTube problem. Yeah, it could be. Chow Yu says Harry Potter had a very long prologue featuring characters we see very little of. I think it was 6 pages. I think the Harry Potter prologue, if I remember correct, was about 6 pages. Okay, moving on. But yeah, I don't have any problems licensing out my work to movies or mangas or that sort of thing, but no one's asked. If they do it right, but no one's asked, so. Next one here is from Golden Wind. Your view of the Eucharist is spiritual presence in the gathered believers rather than the communion elements themselves. Yeah, that's more or less correct. Do you ever get flack for this from your church or pastor interviews? No. No, I never get flack for that. Frankly, if I ever interview for a pastoral position, nobody asks. Let me see. Let me put to you exactly how pastor interviews work. Okay. They ask you about your family. They ask you about your testimony. They ask you about your children, or lack thereof.
They ask very bluntly.
Yeah, they've asked very bluntly about your lack of children. Okay? In fact, personally and in your face kind of way. In a very insulting way. They'll ask you if you can play a guitar. They'll ask you if you can relate to families and children. Question 5. How many Volkswagens have you sold? Yeah, they'll ask that too. That they'll ask. Okay? What they will never ask you about is your theology. They will never ask you about your secondary beliefs, like on sacraments. They might ask you on hymnody. I had one interview where they asked me about church hymns. Okay, what kind of church hymns do you like? What is your philosophy of of worship music? I had that question once. But they don't ask you anything else. Yeah, I'm getting an error from YouTube now. You know what we might do? I might just stop and restart this stream just to reestablish the connection. Just a second. Let me try this and see if it works. So we're gonna be off the air for about a second. Okay, let's see if that works out any better. No, we are still dropping frames. We are still dropping frames.
I think it may be forest fire. It may be the weather.
Could be the weather and the forest fires around here. But yeah, I can still see we're still dropping 6-7% frames. It's still happening, so. It's a little better, except it just spiked to 10. Yeah, this is just going to be a rough stream tonight. And, oh no, it's gone up to like 25%. Yeah, this is not good. 26, 27%. Just don't move and no one will notice. Yeah, it is dropping frames like carpet bombing. It's just not. I've never seen a stream this bad. Um. Okay, well, we'll try to continue on, but I don't think there's anything we can do it with it. It doesn't seem to be happening directly on our end. Um. Yeah, I agree, Mama. Years of streams never this bad before. Yeah, I thought it was on our end. It's not on our end. So,
We generally have very strong internet.
Darkblade goes, "What's your internet connection strength?" We don't. We have an asynchronous DSLR or a DSL. Sorry, asynchronous DSL. So our strengths are very good.
But audio's fine, so not the end of it.
Yeah. So let's move on here and let's just try to deal with this. Okay, so getting back to this question. Nobody has ever asked me about my theology on pastoral interviews. Nobody. Nobody's asked me my view on the Trinity. No one has asked me about the hypostatic union. Nobody has asked me nothing about my or anything about my theology in a pastoral interview. Not one person. So, um, so yeah, it's just not one of those things where you're going to get that much as a pastor. Honestly, you would think with all the effort and time you put into studying theology and all the opinions that you sort of form as a theological student, they might ask, but they don't. They never ask you your view of heaven and hell. They never ask you your view about the incarnation or the resurrection or the hierarchy of the Trinity or anything like that. Nothing like that. I don't know. They ask you about your kids or the reason why you don't have them. And they really get aggro about whether or not you can relate to kids and families and if you can play a guitar. Yes, the wife has to play a piano, the pastor has to play a guitar. So I would find it really refreshing to actually have gotten a pastoral interview where I was asked theology questions. It's never happened.
Not once.
Not once.
Trouble. Question 10. How good are you teaching Sundays?
Bubble Trouble asks, question 10, how good are you at teaching Sunday school? Never gotten that question either. Which would be phenomenal because I'm very good at it. Teach wonderful Sunday school classes. I taught a Sunday school class for junior high students. And it was wild. It was absolutely wild. I then went to a Bible study. And mother comes up to me. And she goes, "What did you do?" And I said, "I'm sorry? What did I do this time?" She goes, "What did you do to my child?" Okay, I'm thinking, oh my gosh, what did I do this time? What did I do wrong? She goes, "My child keeps answering me questions about the Bible I can't answer. What did you do to him?" I said, "I just taught him the Bible." It was hilarious. Because the pastor was looking at me like, well, Good times. Good times. Mama says a mother being worried why her kids are asking her questions about the Bible is just so sad. Well, it was she never expected it. She never expected a kid to be her kid to be interested in the Bible. Crazy, you know.
No, the pastor couldn't answer the question.
CPM versus DOS. Sorry.
Actually,
Andrew Graham. Could the pastor answer the questions? No. No, the pastor couldn't. Yeah. So, yeah, it is possible to get kids really interested in the Bible. It just takes a bit.
they're not allowed to ask what political.
Count of Marcy goes, have they asked you what political party do you vote for? No, but that's an illegal question anyway. That's an illegal question at a job interview. There's some questions that are illegal to ask. How old you are? They're not permitted to ask about your politics either. Even with a pastoral position, they're not allowed to do that. Alrighty.
No, it is illegal in the US.
Slam goes in Canada, not in the US. It's actually illegal in both. It's actually illegal in both Canada and the US to ask that question. Because of age discrimination, it is against both laws in both countries.
Not to say that it's practiced.
It's not to say that it doesn't happen. Okay, it's not to say it doesn't happen. It's just illegal in both countries. All right, let's move on here. So yeah, if somebody ever asked me about my view of the Eucharist at a pastoral interview, I'd be shocked. Absolutely shocked. Darkblade goes, is it illegal in Canada to ask, are you an unauthorized immigrant in job interviews? It's usually not framed like that. It's framed, are you authorized to work in Canada? That is actually a legitimate question. You are allowed to ask that.
And then if people lie.
Yeah, if people lie, you can be fired later.
Lying.
Yeah. Yeah.
They wouldn't be fired for being illegal.
Yeah.
They'd be fired for lying.
Yeah, both in the U.S. and in Canada, you are allowed to ask if you are authorized to work in those respective countries. Now, the way that answer works, though, is sometimes dependent upon, are you authorized to work if you have the correct visa. So that all depends upon what exactly the position is and how the question's framed. Okay, moving on here. Question 4. Darkblade asks, can women baptize people? Well, I would rather women baptize people than baptize dogs, okay? If a woman does baptize someone, it should be a person. Just saying. Now, here's the thing. Baptizing people does not require ordination. unless you're in a denomination that where it requires ordination. Some denominations require ordination for baptism, and in that case, women may be excluded from baptizing. There is no biblical prohibition against women baptizing people. It's actually quite common in some places for women to baptize. So, yeah, Martina says, even in Orthodoxy, lay people can baptize under circumstances. Yeah, so it depends a lot on the circumstances. Now, if you have somebody who's ordained, and then it's perfectly acceptable for them to baptize. But if there's not a person there that's ordained, then a regular lay person can baptize, depending on the circumstances. Ryan Cohenkamp goes, dogs don't need baptism because all dogs go to heaven. Yeah, and all cats go to the other place. You can't baptize a cat. That's why cats freak out when you get them wet. No, that's not how it works.
If you're a cat person, I've never met a cat that didn't like me.
Yes, cats like me. But they hate water. All right.
Yeah, some cats do love water.
Some cats do love water, yes.
Some cats go swimming.
Yeah, so that's really going to depend on the cat, whether they like water or not. However, getting back to the question at hand is, yes, anyone can baptize under circumstances. So, science special search party, anti-cat propaganda. Maine Coons are lovely cats, but, well, they can make a mess of your furniture. My sister used to have Maine Coon cats. Big animals. A lot of health problems with them, too. Now, personally, I like cats, although I prefer rabbits. Mama goes, do bunnies like water baths? No. Now, typically, rabbits really hate water baths. You can get them to a point where if you start them young enough, you can get them used to water to the point where they'll swim. Bunnies can swim, but you gotta get them used to water to begin with, and we have never done that. A lot of it will depend on what kind of rabbit it is, too. Short-haired rabbits tend to take to water better than the long-haired types. So, we try not to bathe our rabbit. Our rabbit does get the occasional bath because she's getting up in years and needs the occasional bath, but she doesn't like it. She hates it. Milo says, no, bunnies need dust to bathe. No, they don't. They don't bathe in dust. They bathe with their own saliva is what they do. They lick themselves clean. Water can stress them out really easily, and they get cold easily. Okay, yeah, bunnies don't bathe in dust. That's chinchillas. Chinchillas bathe in dust. Bunnies don't. All right, moving on here. But yeah, women are allowed to baptize people. And again, that's
Transition. Bunnies can swim. Women are allowed to baptize.
She just said, "Wait, I just realized that's chinchillas." Yeah, it's chinchillas. So, yeah.
Chinchillas are cute, but they're not litter box trainable.
Yeah, chinchillas are cute, but they're not little litter box trainable, and they are so destructive. So destructive. I mean, you think bunnies can be destructive? Just wait till you get a chinchilla. Woo! They will chew anything. All right, moving on to the next question here. What sort of fly trap do you use? Well, I don't have much in the way of fly traps right now here, but when I do, I tend to use Sarracenia. Sundews. Sundews make wonderful fly traps. Very thorough, very effective. Um, so they're not the easiest to care for, but better than a Venus flytrap and better than fly paper. They're essentially living fly paper. So Venus flytraps are lovely if you have the right conditions for them, but I prefer sundews. Sundews are easier to care for. Also, sundews, especially if you get one of those tropical sundews, like the Capensis variety. Tropical sundews do not require a dormancy period. That's a huge bonus because unless you got the right conditions, the dormancy period can be tricky. I have lost so many carnivorous plants from the dormancy period; it isn't even funny. So, um, it's tough to keep carnivorous plants through the dormancy periods. But as I say, sundews are are excellent for trapping flies. Whether it's say the Capensis, whether it's the Adelaide, what's called now the Bacaculata. Oh, there's a lot of really great sundews, and they are excellent fly catchers. Excellent. Jack Ray, what is a dormancy period? Ooh, great question. Um, a dormancy period is a period of rest that plants undergo. Okay. Um, plants, a lot of plants, especially plants in temperate regions, go through a rest period, especially during cold weather. Now that's not the only. Well, let's just put it this way. Um, not all plants that have a dormancy period do so in the winter. Orchids are an example of a plant that has a dormancy period generally in the summer. But a lot of plants, especially those in temperate regions, have a like for example, pine trees have a dormancy period. You know, it gets cold outside and the flow of sap starts slowing down and they just stop growing for the winter period, and then in the spring they start growing again. Um, trees that lose their leaves have a dormancy period. They lose their leaves, they're dormant over the winter, and then in the spring they bud new. So, a lot of plants, especially outdoor temperate plants, have a dormancy period. And if you don't respect the dormancy period of those plants, they tend to die because they need their sleep. So, Slamoran says you can put certain plants outdoors in the winters here. It is cold in the winter, but not too cold for long periods. Yeah, it depends on where you are. Some places the dormancy period is mild enough that it'll survive. Sometimes it's not mild enough. Like, for example, when we were in Chicago, the winters were too harsh to leave carnivorous plants outdoors for dormancy. They just wouldn't survive. But they did fine in the windowsill because it got cold enough in the windowsill, but not too cold for dormancy to take place. In Vancouver here, it doesn't get cold enough. So it's not cold. Yeah, and to do that, then you have to put the plants in your refrigerator, and that gets a little difficult to do. So it really depends upon where you are if you can put carnivorous plants outdoors for the winter. Okay, so that was fun. Mama says, I never realized one could need something essentially the opposite of a greenhouse. Yeah, it depends. Yeah.
When do you think of all the plants living in winter zones?
Yeah. Okay, moving on to the next question here. But yeah, there is a lot of I wouldn't say but I will say this. The best carnivorous plants, in my opinion, don't require dormancy. Those are like the Nepenthes, the Utricularia. Right now I have a Utricularia. That's about the only carnivorous plants I have at the moment. But it's not big enough to capture flies. What's it called now? The butterworts are nice. What's it called now? Cedar lotuses are fine. They're beautiful. So there's a lot of really, really great carnivorous plants out there that don't require dormancy. As I said, tropical sundews are wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. All right, moving on here. Justin the Rhino asks, were there any other groups before the Exodus that knew of Yahweh? It's speculated that some of the people in the Midianites, among the Midianite communities, might have known Yahweh. Possibly some people in Edom. We're not really sure. We don't have any written evidence to that effect, one way or the other. But right now, it's kind of more speculation. So we don't have any hard evidence for it. But it's possible that Midianites and Edomites might have known of Yahweh, at least contemporaneous, or a little prior to the Exodus. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat or the question. Really appreciate it. Cereal Bowl asks, what does the A stand for in David A. Falk? Stands for Alan. That's what it stands for, is Alan. I have to use that, and I don't really care for that middle name, but I have to use it because otherwise I get always confused with the NBA agent David B. Falk. So Alan with 2 L's. By the way, it's Alan with 2 L's.
We will be getting back to the questions.
Warchild asks, does he take any questions about biblical subjects, guys? Yeah, all the time. The people get me off of off track real easy. Okay, next one here. Cereal Bowl. Who founded ancient Egypt? We don't know. We don't know. We know who united the 2 kingdoms of Egypt, which is Hor-Ah, and some of his predecessors like Narmer. But who founded Egypt, ancient Egypt itself, is some of it a mystery. And the reason why is because the history of Egypt goes back before Dynasty 0 into the Nagata 2 and Nagata 1 periods. So we don't know who founded Egypt, essentially, because there were kingdoms in Egypt long, long before the dynastic period of Egypt. So because that goes that far back, we just don't know who did the founding. So, hope that helps. Dr. Martinez asks, I know you don't hold any particular view of origins, but which ones would you say are the most plausible and least plausible? I don't even get into that. I don't get. I can tell you a couple that are really implausible. Young Earth creationism, the 6,000 year type, not plausible. Okay, it just will not work with that. So, and that's because with that 6,000 year history, you start having the flood after the pyramids are being built. And that ain't going to work. That ain't just is not going to work. So yeah, that's just that's probably the only one I think is really off the table. The ultra, as I say, the ultra early Earth creationism. Now, young Earth creationism, that to say is 50,000 years, you might be able to negotiate that, get that to work. But the younger the Earth, the more tricky it becomes. The more tricky it becomes. Let's just say it that way. Apart from that, I don't have any idea which one's more plausible or not. The fact is, we don't know what we don't know still. You know, things such as how our universe is formed. We don't even know that. We got some guesses, but we don't know. I mean, the whole idea of the super massive black holes in Sagittarius A, there's been now some question of whether or not that is really a black hole. We got some guesses, but we're not sure. So because we don't know, it's how do you figure out the rest of it? Moving on. Nikor. Nina KR says, when it comes down to Genesis 5 and 11, why are there so many different sets of ranges and years listed on the patriarchs, their clans, and so on in the Masoretic, Septuagint, and Samaritan Pentateuch texts? We don't exactly know why, but we know there is. Now, I've heard people try to say, well, the Masoretic text was rewritten to stick it to Christianity. I don't believe that's the case. Okay. I honestly have incredibly, like, what was his name now? There was a YouTuber that did a video on that, trying to make the claim that the Masoretic texts were, the years were shortened in the Masoretic texts to stick it to the Christians so that, that it wouldn't be possible for the Christians to derive that from Genesis. I don't think that's the case, honestly. But I do think what we have is many people trying to adjust the years by seeing what's more consistent, in their own scribal traditions. So it would be lovely, to be honest, to see what the text is on this. Honestly, I'd love to be I'd love if we could get our hands on a manuscript so old that it predates all three of these traditions.
Oh, that would be fun.
That would be so fun. Oh yeah, to get the manuscript to the text. I would love to get the text. If we could get the text for these traditions, that would provide so much clarity. But we don't have that. And as a result, we don't know why these were changed or how they were changed. Some might be original, some might not. Now, do I have a preference here? Yes, I do have a preference. Am I going to say what that is? Nope. Oh, Mama asks, what's an urtext? And it's actually one word. URTEXT. An urtext is a text that other texts descend from. Might not be the autographs. Okay? An urtext is not necessarily an autograph, but it's a source text from which all other texts descend. So, it would be awesome if we could get our hands on it. Chances of it happening? Almost zero. AJ Higgins asks, what's the odds that we would get the urtext? Yeah, practically zero. Practically none. But it would still be fun. It would be so awesome to get our hands on an urtext.
Do you think everybody would be snarked off?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Darkblaze says, so, a common ancestor text. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's a common ancestor text. It comes out of the German. So it's one of those German terms. But yeah, I'd love to get our hands on an urtext. That would be just the bee's knees. Yeah, that would annoy a lot of people. Mama goes, Doc, but still better odds than the Q document? Yeah, because, again, the Q document is a hypothetical document. We know the urtext existed because we have enough of the daughter text to point back to the original. So we know an urtext once upon a time existed. We can't say that same thing about the Q document. We don't know if it existed. Might have existed. But we have no idea if the Q document actually exists. No, there's no reference to a Q document. At least not in the way that those scholars have described it. Jack Ray goes, Q got punched by Cisco. Yeah.
Love that scene.
He's not like Picard.
That was funny.
It was very funny.
That was very funny.
Dr. Martinez says, it seems like Q is starting to be abandoned as a hypothesis, though. It is, and some of the reason why it's being abandoned as a hypothesis is because people are dating some of those gospels ever earlier. There is a guy out there who dated Mark, okay, the Mark text, to 35 AD. That's an incredibly, I mean, this is not a Bible believer. Okay, this is a liberal scholar who dated Mark to 35 AD. Now, understand that. That's like 5 years after the crucifixion. Okay? Yeah, 35. I don't know if I buy that. Honestly. I don't know if I buy that. But just realizing that Mark might have been done that early is interesting. It's interesting that sort of the pendulum is switched from very late dating of the Gospels to almost the opposite, real early dating of it. Unknown Quantity says, Jimmy Akin, a Catholic apologist, yeah, I know who he is, believes that the John's Gospel was written about 65 to 66. But that's because he's a preterist. Okay, Jimmy's and I like Jimmy, okay? I'm going to be honest. I like Jimmy. He's recommended some of my books. We've worked together sometimes. We don't always agree, and we're agreeable in the fact that we disagree on things. and God bless him for that. But he dates John early because he's a preterist. That's why he dates it early. So, and I just don't buy that. I don't buy that argument. I don't buy that dating. So,
So Q got it from Mark. You know, could be.
H.J. Higgins. So Q got it from Mark. Laugh out loud. I think that, well, when you understand that what Q is supposed to be is a collection of sayings with none of the narrative. So there's no narrative in Q. It's only a list of the sayings of Christ. That's all Q is. It's a list of sayings.
It's a book of quotes.
It's a book of quotes, yeah. Very similar to the Gospel of Thomas. And this is what Q is patterned after. Is
You have what's a preterist?
Where is that?
Unknown. 908.
Oh, okay. Okay, I found it. Unknown Quantity asks, "Forgive my ignorance, but what is a preterist?" It's preter. Preterist. Okay. A preterist is somebody who believes that all of the book of Revelation was fulfilled. You know, there's no future fulfillment of it. It's done. It's complete. It's finished. So, now, I don't know if Aiken is a full preterist or a partial preterist, but I know he's a preterist. And there is a slight difference between a partial preterist and a full preterist. A partial preterist says it's mostly been fulfilled, but we still have to wait for the second coming of Christ. A full preterist says that Christ has already come, and that's already all of Book of Revelation is just past history now. So, but I don't know if Ekin is a full preterist or a partial preterist. I just know he's a preterist of some kind. But that's why he dates the Book of John that early. He has to get it before 70 AD for preterism to make sense. So, I'm not a preterist. I don't buy the preterist arguments. I think it's taking what I really dislike about preterism is it takes the Book of Revelation, a book clearly referencing things in the Old Testament, and it takes all that Old Testament symbolism and shoehorns it into contemporary Roman history and politics. Oh no, that's not the way it's done. Okay, so, because the whole point of the Book of Revelation is it's the unveiling. It's the unveiling of Old Testament prophecy. That's the whole frickin' point of the book. It's to unveil it, to show that God wins. That's the whole point of the Book of Revelation. So I just can't buy the preterist argument. Because it's flawed on the basis of its methodology. So, I mean, if you happen to be a preterist, okay, God bless you, but I'm not buying it. Just saying. AJ Higgins goes, so if Q is a list of sayings, where is the narrative coming from? Oh, that's the gospel writer's contribution. See, the way this works is Q provides all the dialogue for the gospels, but the narrative, that's the individual gospel writers filling in the blanks. See how that works? So essentially, Q is the quote book. Yeah, I'm not really buying it either. Okay, let's move on here. Um, Nino KR, we just took that question, and if you had asked that and did that again, we would have disqualified that. So just be careful of that. We already took the question, but if we hadn't already taken a question, we would have disqualified that. So just saying. Be careful about duplicate questions. We are very, very serious about this.
Do we know when the crucifixion was? 30 or 33 AD?
A cereal bowl. When was the crucifixion? 30 or 33 AD? That's going to depend on who you ask. I think it happened in 30. That's probably that's. I lean towards the 30 camp, but there's some who also go to the 33 too. So it's hard to say. Cereal Bowl asks, is Song of Solomon a collection of unrelated poems as Tremper Longman III thinks, or is it one continuous narrative? I don't have an opinion on this. I haven't looked into that. So I don't have any opinion on the Song of Solomon as its structural cohesion. I would probably defer to somebody who knows more about the structure of the Song of Solomon than I do. All right, hope that helps. Cereal Bowl asks, how credible are the arguments against the historicity of Daniel, Esther, and Joan? That's way too broad of a question. We'd be here all night talking about this. Yeah, that's just too broad a question. I can't answer that. We need you to narrow down that question more because you're packing in a whole lot of stuff there. Be specific about which arguments you're talking about too. That just helps us answer these things better. I want to thank Jack Ray here for gifting the channel 20 Ancient Egypt and Bible memberships. Thank you so much for supporting the channel in that way. We really, really appreciate it. And we thank you so much for your help to keep this thing going. We really appreciate it. Birok asks, Doctor, are you going to watch the World Cup final, Spain versus Argentina? No. No, I'm not. I didn't watch it when Canada was in the semifinals. Um it doesn't interest me. It doesn't interest me and I don't have the time to do it. I don't watch sports. I barely watch the occasional TV show. I don't watch movies. I don't have the time. So, just
Most of the people we talk to are the people who don't watch.
yeah.
They
I just don't have time to watch all that stuff. So, okay.
how to study when you get there.
Yeah, I see that. Okay. Doc Hogan asks, who is your favorite English translation of Homer's Iliad, Odyssey, and why? Okay. Latimer. Latimer is my favorite translation of Homer's Iliad. Um, it respects the text. It respects the etymology of the Greek. It tries to do it in poetic form because it is an epic poem. Okay. It's not trying to cater to modern sensibilities. It's not trying to give you the message through translation. And I think people who try to give the message through translation are bastardizing the text. So, Latimer has been the gold standard of Homer's Iliad translation for the last 40, 50 years. So, I'm very, very opinionated about Iliad translations. I'm not so, I'm not so, um, how do I say this? I'm not so, dogmatic about the Odyssey translations because the Odyssey is not the better of the two poems. I mean, there's, I mean, you got the sort of um the Trojan War triad, the Iliad, the Odyssey, and Jason and the Argonauts. It's called the Argonautica. So you got the Iliad, the Odyssey, and the Argonautica. And the Argonautica is really, really late. And it was written by a pompous idiot, which doesn't help. Um, the Odyssey is considered to be the not good epic of Homer. Okay? People like the adventure of the Odyssey. It's just not as good a poem. So it's like, okay, I don't much care that much about the Odyssey. The Iliad, however, oh, the Iliad's a masterpiece. That's Homer's masterpiece. That's his magnum opus. Yeah. That I care about a lot. Special science party. Paul called someone an idiot. Yeah, but he's an idiot that's been dead for 2,200 years. So I don't feel so bad calling somebody an idiot who's been dead 2,200 years. The Argonautica, oh boy. Um, to give you a sense, someone called it the oddity. To understand the Argonautica, it was a guy who thought he could write better than anyone else, and just he pumped it with purple prose. Well, there's nothing more obnoxious than Greek purple prose. So, Jack Ray, it's a badge of something to be called an idiot by Dr. Falk. Could be. Um, but as I said, among the two poems, the Odyssey and the Iliad is the better poem. It's and almost every Greek scholar agrees on this. So, CPM versus DOS. I don't feel bad calling someone who's been dead for 22 centuries an idiot, end quote. Dr. Falk before the mummy attack. Yeah, so I think butchering the translation of the Odyssey is just not great. Where is Mr. Empty Conjecture for our new folks, Ancient Egypt Bible? He's actually behind me, sitting over my shoulder here. But we'll put a picture of him on screen. There he is. There he is on the screen in two places. So that's our mascot is Mr. EC, Mr. Empty Conjecture. Okay. Bubble Trouble, I'd rather be called an idiot by someone who recognizes that I am, in fact, an idiot, rather than someone who's just trying to insult me. Eh. Sing a bright song. That's an amazing mascot. Yeah, we patterned him after Gorgios Sukulos. Could be. Jack Ray goes, is Mr. EC encased in clear resin now? No, no, he's not encased. He's just in a protective case. That's all. A plexiglass case. He was getting too dusty, so we wanted to preserve him, keep him nice. So we keep him in that showcase, and yeah, he does well in there. All right, moving on. Sadek asks, who are your most influential Egyptologists, and are there books of theirs you recommend that most people don't know about? Um, well, there are many influential Egyptologists. Kitchen is probably one of the is the most important one that recently passed away. But there's others too, like Wente, um, uh, Jack Johnson. It depends on what you want. So, Egyptologists generally tend to specialize in one thing or another. So it's not that you have a one Egyptologist that's writing about everything.
Mama, Mr. EC is an inside the box thinker.
Mama says Mr. EC is an inside the box thinker. Confirmed. Slammer goes, I know ones you don't recommend, but then again, some of those I recommend it's a matter of qualification. Like, for example, like Donald Redford. Donald Redford, I recommend for his Egyptology stuff. I don't recommend him for his biblical stuff. His biblical stuff's garbage. Well, he's deceased now too. Um, you know, but Redford was a good Egyptologist when he stuck to Egyptology. When he started doing biblical stuff, oh my gosh, it got bad. Science Search Party. If we get more buffering like this, it's going to start looking like a Sega CD game. Yeah. Yeah, we just got really bad buffering tonight. We've stopped and restarted the stream once. Killed all my uploads. Yeah, there's just something not working right on the network. Nothing we can do about it. So we just have to kind of go with it. So, moving on.
Falk made a good case, but was told to put a sock in it.
Jack Ray says, Dr. Falk made a good case, but was told to put a sock in it. Could be. Alright, next one here. IC asks, according to you, who is the most likely pharaoh during Joseph's time? Well, that is actually a kind of interesting question, because technically there were no pharaohs at the time of Joseph. Okay? The term pharaoh was coined after the reign of Tutmosis III. So not all kings of all pharaohs of Egypt were kings, but not all kings were pharaohs. So um, now during the time of Joseph, we're talking about the 15th dynasty. And we don't exactly have a complete record for the 15th dynasty, but we got pretty good. So, um, so I think probably it's either probably going to be Binanu or Apakharian or Iran. Sorry, Iran or Binanu. That would be my most likely possibilities for the king that Joseph knew. Now, there is some possibility that it could also be Saradagan or Janasiad, but but that's probably the most likely um, possibility for this to be um, uh, the king that lived during Joseph's time. So, hope that helped. Ryan Concap, and Egypt was divided, so there would have been a wouldn't have been a unified pharaoh, right? Yeah, there wouldn't have been a unified pharaoh at the time of Joseph. Now, we should remark though that it was essentially Egypt was divided at that point between three kings. Um, the king of the Hyksos, the king of Thebes, and the king of Cush. So, but the one that's really only relevant, the one that's relevant to Joseph would have been the king of the Hyksos. So, so that's probably best. Darkly goes. Will people who see the live stream after it's over still get lag? Yeah, there's going to be some interruptions there because of it. Because YouTube is giving me notifications that they're not receiving enough frames. So watching it later is not going to resolve the frame issue. It's something happening between us and YouTube. And it probably is because of the forest fires. Chow Yi asks an interesting question here. How would you assess the household of a single pastor? A single pastor is in a unique position because they don't really have a household. Um, really, at that point, the best you can do, because now there is some question whether a single pastor can be an elder. And this is something that some denominations don't permit. You know, you can have, I mean, you do have definitely organizations, denominations out there that prefer single pastors, like Roman Catholicism. They prefer single pastors. You also have some denominations that prefer married pastors, where you cannot be a pastor unless you are married. Those denominations do exist too. And that comes out of Timothy and Titus, where it basically says an elder is to be the husband of one wife. And they take that verse as being prescriptive. So there are denominations out there that basically hold that the pastor has to be married or have been married. Usually they won't disqualify a widower, but they may disqualify a single person. Now, interestingly enough, a lot of missions organizations, in fact, the vast majority of missions organizations do not permit single men to serve. And the idea is there that it's a sort of an antiquated concept that, you put a single man out on the mission field and he's going to go all, agrosexual out there, like he can't control himself anymore. But that does seem to be the concern of missions organizations. And I think that's Darkblade. You need a wife, 5 kids, and a pet horse. Well, at least a wife, 2.5 kids, a dog, cat, and a Lexus. Don't forget the Lexus. You need the Lexus. Now it's probably a Tesla, but... So, yeah, it really depends. Unknown Quality says Orthodox allow for married priests, but they have to have gotten married before becoming a priest, and if the wife leaves or dies, the priest can't remarry. Yeah, that is usually how it works in Orthodoxy. But even then, not all Orthodox believe that either. So even that's not a hard and fast rule. So depends upon which ones you're talking about. Ooh, ouch. Mysterious fungus. 2.5 kids is King Solomon here? Yee. Alright, let's not go into that. Let's move on here.
Andrew Crane on Bible bargain.
Darkblade, I think this is referring to the pastoral interview questions. Do they ask whether you generally believe in God? I've never been asked that at a pastoral interview. Never. Never once. They've never asked me if I believe that Christ was the incarnate deity. Never asked that.
Never asked if you were a Christian.
Yeah, never asked if I was a Christian. That's like, you'd think that'd be like the first thing they'd ask. But no, apparently not.
Is Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior?
John, imagine studying for years and then being disqualified for being single. Well, here's the thing. If you are in that kind of denomination, you already know it. Okay? And in those denominations where the pastor has to be married, they already know that when they go to seminary. They know that, and they know pretty much that in seminary, it's expected you're already married in seminary. Higgins, have you ever gotten the chance to preach? Yes, I have. If so, what do you preach on? All sorts of things.
Things I think. Are you spoon feeding them baby food? And they choked on it.
I preached on Hosea 4 once to a congregation that really needed a kick in the saddlebags. So, yeah, I have preached. I've done I tend to, when I preach, I do it expositorily. Um, Sometimes people will ask me to do presentations on the Exodus or um, the Ark of the Covenant, and I'm happy to do those too. But I also do traditional preaching as well. I don't do it often anymore. Not Nobody asks me to do it anymore, so no, at least not locally. So, but yeah, I do still preach. Next one. Hmm. Ryan Cohenkamp asks, "What questions do you ask them?" Ask the churches, and that's actually a really good question because you should be asking the church that you're going to be pastor of some things. All right. Um, One, what is your adult conversion rate? You want to ask a church an embarrassing question, which you should ask? What is the adult conversion rate for your church? How many adult converts do they make in a year? Most churches, that's 0. Okay? That's 0. It's a terribly embarrassing question to ask. Here's another question you should ask. Is the church solvent enough to afford a pastor? Or am I going to have to take a day job on top of it? What kind of authority am I going to have to preach? Am I free to preach as the scriptures preach, or am I going to be micromanaged by the elders? Okay.
Bubble machine came up with bubble trouble came up with. What kind of church body am I walking into?
Yeah, Bubble Trouble asked it too. What kind of church body am I walking into? How involved are the elders? Is this a congregation where responsibility is evenly distributed amongst the pastor and the congregation? Or is everything falling on clerical George?
And to Graham, how lazy do you want me to be?
What's your counseling rate? That's oh my gosh, that is a huge one. Okay? If the counseling rate in your church is really, really high, your preaching there has been very, very low. It's almost an inverse proportion, where the quality of the preaching means very low counseling, whereas low quality of preaching means very high counseling. It's
Wasn't that the big mega church everybody modeled off of? Like 10-to-1 ratio?
oh yeah,
They had
what's it called now? What was that mega church called? Willow Creek, yeah. Yeah, Willow Creek had a 10% counseling ratio. Okay, now let me put it this way. One counselor for every 10 people at Willow Creek. That is a horrifying number where you need so many counselors to pick up the load at a church that you needed 1 to 10. That shows you how bad the preaching is. Jack Ray, churches have counselors? Some do. A lot of times it just falls on clerical George. Anagram, how do you fund your counseling? Is it all me? Counselors usually will, if it's the pastor, he gets paid by his salary. If it is if you need so many counselors that the pastor can't do it all, then it's usually volunteers. But that was crazy. 10% of their congregation were counselors. Because the counseling load was that high.
Basically, 10 to 1.
Yeah. 10% of their congregation were counseling the other 9. Just awful. Awful. Dreadful. And then they wonder why that church is just a basket case. Ryan Cohen Camp. At that point, the counselors need counselors.
Yeah.
That's what happened. That's what happened at Willow Creek. The counselors needed counselors because they're having breakdowns. They're having breakdowns because they can't do the load. Mama goes, Willow Creek is the Church of Mr. Positivity, Joel Osteen himself, correct? No, it's not. It's the Church of Bill Hybels. The Church of Bill Hybels. Hybels is not a prosperity gospel guy, but what he is he's a soft sell. So, Willow Creek can be summed up by the phrase, all Jesus wants is to be your friend. That's it. Mama goes, so who is the head pastor of Willow Creek? That's Bill Hybels. Bill Hybels is the head pastor. At least he was. Yeah. I mean, I was shocked to hear at Willow Creek that all Jesus wants is to be my friend. Doesn't want holiness. Holiness? What's that? That's crazy talk. He doesn't want obedience or holiness or fidelity or loving your neighbor or anything like that. All he wants is to be your friend. Oh boy. Oh boy. Science Special Search Party says Willow Creek is just plain evil. It is definitely a distortion of the gospel. I will say that. It is the distortion of the gospel of Jesus Christ. And let me put it to you this way. If you don't understand the gospel and that it's a two-pronged thing, and you only focus on one prong, you've distorted it. Here are the 2 prongs. Jesus Christ will save you from your sins. The other half of the gospel is you have the option to pay for your own sins. That's the gospel. That's the good news. You can have Christ pay for it, or you can pay for it yourself. Focus on one to the exclusion of the others is always going to be a distortion. Science Search Party. God just wants to be chummy with you. Yeah, he wants to be your chummy chum. Milo's, she says, sounds kind of sketchy if you ask me. Well, it sounded pretty sketchy to me too. Not gonna lie. However, the top tier of their balcony will give you vertigo. Whoa.
I've never gotten vertigo in my life.
I'd never gotten vertigo going up a church elevator to the top balcony. Yeah, that was crazy. Bubble Trouble says, huh, that's funny. I thought there was more to our relationship with God than friendship is magic. Oh, you silly, naive person. Of course there's nothing more to it than the buddy being buddied with Jesus.
My little savior, friendship is magic.
Mama goes, no wonder they have so many counselors. They're not being washed with the water of the word. They're trying to live by bread alone. Well, yeah. Milo says, My little savior. Friendship is magic. Fantastic. Fantastic. Science first party. Live by blasphemy, die by the money. Yeah. Jack Ray goes, I think I live under a rock now. The living back under a rock does sometimes feel really attractive, I am going to say. Even I feel like crawling back under a rock sometimes. Just when you see what's out there and all the bad theology, all the bad thinking, all of that you have to put up with, yeah, you get sick of it. And that crawling back under a rock does seem a pretty attractive option. I'll say it. Andrew Graham. Chummy chummy, Jesus wants to be your buddy buddy. Laugh out loud. Well, that's what Willow Creek preaches.
Them not meeting people's eyes in the parking lot.
Oh yeah, they wouldn't even make your eye contact when you're in the parking lot. It was just crazy. It was a crazy experience. It was surreal.
We did that deliberately.
Yeah, staring people deliberately in the parking lot because it made them so uncomfortable.
We'd say, "Hey, how are you?" And they'd freak.
Yeah, you'd say, hi, how are you? You give them eye contact, and they freak out. All right, let's move on here. I want to point out to here Jack Ray's wonderful, wonderful index of our live streams. Thank you so much, Jack. We really appreciate the effort you've put into that. It really helps us. We needed an index for a long time, so I do appreciate this project of yours. Milo Ghost asks, why does it sound like you've seen some stuff? Because I have. Oh boy. Yeah, I've seen some stuff. Moving on. Cereal Bowl asks, is the Deutero-Isaiah hypothesis true? My opinion is that it's not. I think it's a reflected text, a text with an inflection point, but it doesn't really change anything if the hypothesis is true. So, I'm not convinced by the Deutero hypothesis theory, but there are people out there who are. As again, I don't think it changes anything one way or the other. All right, here we go. Vape means for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hey, Dr. Falk, quick question. Does Shoshank the First's Karnak inscription refer to the heights of David? Yeah, there is a mention of the heights of David in there. Heard about this while looking into Teldan Stela for the biblical archaeology talk. Yeah, there is a reference to the heights of David in the Shoshank list. It happens as they are entering in, as Shoshank enters into the Judean foothills. So it's part of his itinerary as he enters the Judean foothills. So it makes sense that there could be heights of David in there. So, yeah, I think so. But then again, too, you do get people who try to discredit that too. But I think it's pretty much, I would say that that's in there. All right. So, but you get guys out there who try to discredit any mention of David, or any of the other things that would point to, say, biblical, say, historicity. But I do think in the Shawshank, and this is the core at the core to Cache at the Bubastite portal. So, um, so that's what I would best say. It's definitely there. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Milo asks, what is your favorite species of arthropod? Ah, my favorite species of arthropod are king crabs served with butter. What? They're delicious. Blow with butter and garlic. You can't beat king crab.
That's like making rabbit jokes.
No one's gonna keep a king crab as a pet.
They did at the.
Yeah, but in
Ooh, dinner.
yeah, but in at the Monterey Bay Aquarium, they had the pressurized place to do that. You're not going to be keeping a live king crab as a pet. Now, of non-edible species of arthropod, um, uh, the vinegaroon is a neat animal. I'll say that. They're very neat animals. Pseudoscorpions are very interesting. But the king crab are the most tasty. Okay, so hope that helps. Hey, I did give him a serious answer too. Pseudoscorpions are cool. Darkblade goes, crab legs are hard to eat. The majority is just shell and long strips inside, leaving little meat. What are you talking about? King crab are, big chunks of meat. So good. Yeah, not snow crab. No, snow crab is a waste of time. Don't eat snow crab. It's just it's a waste of time. King crab is awesome. Oh yeah, I love crawfish. Yeah, Mr. White asks, do you like crawfish? I love crawfish. Yeah, I absolutely think crawfish are fantastic. Langostinos are good too. Yeah, langostinos are really yummy. Milo goes, I want to convince my mom to let me have one as a pet. Here's what I would recommend. If you want to keep an arthropod as a pet, make sure you don't get one that bites or stings, okay? That would probably go a long ways to getting your mom to accede to that. Milo so it says Vinnies are chill. Yeah, vinegaroons are very chill. Pseudoscorpions like the whiptail scorpion are very chill too, and they have no sting. They have no sting, and but yeah, stay away from the spiders and the stingers like the scorpions, true scorpions, because that could. Mama sis, our landlord has a moratorium on any more pets. You can't blame me. Well, Jack Ray, but Mom, I want a man of war. uh, Darkblade, are caterpillars arthropods? No, they're not. Mama says, Doc, all she wants are ones that bite and sting. Yeah, that could be a hard sell. I'm just saying, that could be a very hard sell. Harry Stark asks, do you like pufferfish's fish? I've never had fugu. Fugu is something I've never tried, and I would never eat it outside of Japan. So, um, but, like, pea puffers are cute, but they're difficult to keep. Anagram says, get a huntsman spider or get a jumping spider. If you want a great arthropod as a pet, get a jumping spider. Jumping spiders are fantastic. One, they're free. There's so many of them out there in the environment. You can just go out and capture one, keep it in a little box. They're intelligent. They're personal. They will actually get to know you, and you can interact with them. Unknown quality says, what does crab even taste like? The question is for all those in the chat as well. Crab tastes, how do you even describe it? You have to taste it. It's a little like shrimp and fish combined. Very good. It's delicious. Some species of crab taste better than others. Dungeness tastes good, but they're a lot of work. The flavor of a good Dungeness crab is very hard to beat. King crab has basically the combined benefits of being tasty and have large amounts of meat.
It's one of the few things that doesn't taste like chicken.
Yeah, it doesn't taste like chicken at all. Yeah, crab is yummy. I agree with this. Blue Dog says crab is yummy. Oh, yeah. CPM versus DOS. I want crab now. Milo goes, Mom, my isopod just died. That leaves room. Oh, man. Mama says, Milo's current quarry is hoping for a bull snake that she can release in the wild of our yard. Okay. Milo says, I can't get a jumping spider. We have cats. Keep it in a little box. Cats won't get in there. Well, they adapt just fine to boxes. You know, the little acrylic type. Yeah, they'll do fine in box. Then you feed them fruit flies and they're happy. Mama says, I've only ever had crab and crab rangoon. Yeah, that's not really having crab. It is, but it isn't. Bubble Trouble goes, jumping spiders are probably one of the few types of spiders I'd actually want to keep as a pet. And they're nice. They're really nice. I will say this though. If you grew up on the West Coast or the East Coast, you probably already like shellfish, seafood, that sort of thing. I have known a lot of people who grew up on the prairies who didn't like seafood. Okay? A CPM versus DOS says, King crab is so freaking good. I love it more than any steak. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's so freaking good. But you can't know until you try it. Okay? Now, interestingly enough, way back, I'd say in the 1950s, when refrigeration was not so great, my grandfather, on my mother's side, wanted to try this weird thing called crab. Okay? And they lived in, was it the Okanagan? So, long way from the coast. He paid to have somebody bring him crab. Okay? Now, Grandpa and Grandma lived on the prairies. Were born on the prairies. He loved it. He thought it was the best thing he ever had. Okay. My grandmother hated it. Could not stand seafood. Okay? So, if you grow up in the prairies, it's a hit or miss. If you grow up in the Midwest, it's a hit or miss whether you are going to like seafood or not. So, just keep that in mind. All right, moving on here. Where is it? Oh, Milo asks, would you eat honey roasted grasshoppers? I would. Yeah. Mrs. Producer won't touch it. Okay? I have no problem with food grade insects. Okay? I've had them. I don't mind them. But there's the question. There's the caveat. Food grade.
That's the key.
Yeah, there's a difference between food grade insects and stuff that, that's like pet grade, pet food grade. You know, that's not. There are like one of the things about, say, for example, they talk about when it's raising insects for human consumption is they have to be raised on certain kinds of foods so they don't end up poisoning you. So, if it's food grade, I have no problem. If it's not, I'll pass. Mama says, I never liked seafood or fish until I moved to the South and was able to have some in Charleston, South Carolina. Blew my mind. Bomb Papa grilled trout on the 4th of July. Delicious. Oh, yeah. Seafood, I mean, I love seafood, but I grew up in Vancouver. So I had access to all different types of seafood. So for me, it's just like, you know, give me a piece of seafood and I'm a happy camper. Salmon, steelhead. Trout, I'm kind of 50-50 on. I don't like trout so much because it's very bony. Okay? It's very bony. Right, go Cap. John the Baptist has entered the chat. That cow says bugs were forbidden. Not locusts. Locusts are kosher. Most people don't know that. You know, other types of insects are not kosher, but Locusts are kosher because they're grain fed. Yeah, Andrew Graham goes, pet food and human food are different grades. Exactly, yeah. CPM versus DOS. Kansas sucks for seafood. I yearn for seafood. Oh, I don't blame you. Yeah. Dachau says, seafood forbidden also in Egypt. It isn't. No. You can actually get seafood in Egypt depending on where you are. Um, the hot spot for getting seafood in Egypt is in Alexandria. Alexandria has a large amount of seafood because it's a coastal city. And at Alexandria, Egypt, you can get all sorts of kinds of seafood because it's all coming off the Mediterranean. Um, so seafood is not forbidden in Egypt. You can get it there, and you can also get other kinds of fish too, anywhere along the Nile where freshwater fish is available. I had perch when I was in at Abu Simbel when I stayed at the Cleopatra Hotel at Abu Simbel. Uh, they served me Nile perch. It's good. It's good stuff. But yeah, you can get seafood. The seafood selection is a lot better though at Alexandria. At Alexandria, um, Daco says I talk about the pharaonic periods. Well, even then, it was only forbidden for priests to eat seafood. You could people ate seafood in the pharaonic periods as long as you weren't a priest. There's actually no, but there's a relief at Dir al Bahri where those you know how those boats went to Punt? They're fishing off the side of those boats to get all sorts of Red Sea seafood. Like they're getting like stingrays and catfish and even some shark out there, and they're eating that stuff.
Shark is good.
Shark is good, yeah. Shark is yummy.
Best fish and chips ever.
Yeah. Mile Mortimer says, eat a fish from the Nile if you want. Tapeworms, roundworms, heartworms, elephant's foots, every waterborne. It's not so bad once they cook it. It has to be thoroughly cooked. Once it's cooked, it's safe. Yeah, so it's not fish has to be thoroughly cooked if it's from the Nile. If it's thoroughly cooked, it's safe. Just don't drink the water. Uh Andrew Graham, now Bertrand, you survived. Yeah, it wasn't a big thing. CPM versus DOS. Good lord, I need crab, crawfish, some eel. Yeah. Eel's good stuff too. Eel's delicious. Darkblade says, do you know what it takes to get a fishing license in Egypt? Fishing license in Egypt? People just fish. Nobody gets a license in Egypt. Yeah, I don't think anyone gets a license in Egypt.
Weren't given as offerings. It was a rabbit goddess.
Who said that? Where?
Ten.
Um, Oh, okay. Dakao here says, "Have you seen representations of rabbits being given to the deity as offerings?" No, no, you don't see that as a common offering. Um, Rabbits were not domesticated in Egypt. Okay, so they didn't have like what they had was a desert hare. You see desert hares in Egypt, but those were not given as offerings. Common offerings were geese, ducks, beef. Those were the sort of the primary offerings in Egypt. So, um, you do get animals being used as offerings, but just not rabbits. Occasionally, you'll see wild ibex. The oryx will also sometimes be used as an offering, but you don't see rabbits being used for that. Don't know why. Just isn't commonly found. And you don't see it in reliefs. I've never seen one anyway. So, but there is a rabbit deity, but we don't see any offerings of the Egyptian hair being used in offerings, even to Wanut. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. AJ Higgins, composer, asks, which book of either the Old Testament or New Testament would you want in its text or original autograph form? Uh, Genesis would be fantastic. I because we have enough textual variants of Genesis where I think that would be fantastic. Second place would be Exodus because there's still a few text variants there. The New Testament, there really isn't a lot of text variants that matter. Of the New Testament, we have got so many New Testament documents that we can pretty much figure out what the autographs are. There's no question marks there. Not really. There's a few, but they're inconsequential in comparison to the rest of the text. But an text of Genesis would change a fair number of readings, even more so than an text of Exodus. Although I love an text of Exodus, because there are a few interesting question marks as regard to the um Chakri, did they have question marks back then? No, they didn't. But you know what I mean. So
Are we going to get off seafood and get back to the Bible?
we're not talking about the Bible. We're talking about autographs or texts. Yep. Get back on track here. Um, I don't understand that question. Darkly asks, do you think Sejanus was irrelevant to the crucifixion of Jesus? Uh,
That-
I don't really understand this. Let me just check something here. Now, this is I know of a Sejanus um who was leader of the Praetorian Guard of in Rome. I think it was during the time of Vespasian or near of it's either the Vespasian or it was oh, what's his name, Nero. Uh, but I don't think he had any involvement. That's the only Sejanus I know. The only Sejanus I know was head of the Praetorian Guard, but I don't think he had any involvement with the crucifixion of Christ. Milo asks the question: any advice for getting schoolwork done efficiently when you're prone to distractions and sensitive to human voice overlap? Yes. I do have some advice for that. Um, the if you're sensitive to human voice overlap, voice canceling headphones, noise canceling headphones, they're probably the best thing you can get at that point. Um, um, I would definitely go for the voice canceling headphones, and then I would recommend if you're sensitive to prone to distractions, um, use a what's called um listen to music as you work. Okay, that actually, here's the thing: if you the thing if you're prone to distractions, what you want to do is you want to distract yourself in the right way. Okay. Um, some people do use white noise, but what they've found is white noise is not as efficient as, for example, music um, that is, for example, at 60 beats per minute. They've done studies and they've shown that uh, um, music that has a beat that 1 beat per second, that has an effect that it sort of stimulates the right portion of the brain in such a way that it causes a distraction without being distracted, so you're not distracted by other things. It's probably the best way to put it. So, but they've done a lot of studies on the role music plays in productivity, and they have found generally it improves productivity. Now, oddly enough, the one sort of music where this doesn't seem to apply is classical music. Classical music will actually degrade performance. Do we know why? No. But if it's like, for example, if you really want to get a lot of writing done, music is actually a really good thing to listen to while you're writing. And because it's not triggering high attention to what you're doing. So, CPM versus DOS. Disco is the best cleaning music. It works. Disco works. Rock and metal work. All sorts of various types of music do work. So, I used to listen to anime soundtracks. What I liked about anime soundtracks at the time when I was studying was that it had that familiar 60 um, beats per minute sort of cycle here, and at the same time too, it was in a foreign language that I didn't have to concentrate on. It sort of went into my ears, and I didn't have to pay huge amounts of attention to it. Just and sort of that sort of kept me focused. Okay, so that's the pieces of advice. Listen to music. Get yourself sound canceling headphones. They're not expensive anymore. They used to be ghastly expensive, but nowadays sound canceling headphones are relatively inexpensive. So,
But also, I mean, she's living in a house with a lot of people.
yeah.
So if she's working in a room, putting up tapestries, rugs on the walls.
Mhm.
Reduce-
Well, soundproofing will only go so far.
I know, but combined with all the others,
Yeah, but soundproofing can get expensive too. So, moving on. AJ Higgins for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Sponsoring unknown qualities question. Gnostic gospel that you find most fascinating. Gnostic gospel that I find most fascinating. Oh, I haven't looked at Gnostic gospels in a dang long time. Not since my master's degree. So I don't really have an answer for a Gnostic gospel that I find fascinating. I've sort of stopped studying the Gnostics, because they are kind of boring at this point for me. There was a time when I was interested in Gnostic studies, but the problem with Gnostic gospels is they really don't tell you much about Gnostics. This is probably the one huge lesson that we've taken away from Gnostic studies, like the huge Nag Hammadi library. With all those Gnostic Gospels, almost none of those Gospels actually said anything about Gnostic beliefs. Nothing. In fact, even to this day, our primary source for what Gnostics actually believe comes from the Church Fathers. Because unlike the Gnostics themselves, who didn't record what they believed, the Church Fathers recorded what the Gnostics believed. So, but you have to kind of understand what Gnostic Gospels are to understand their place in Gnostic religion. They are essentially foils. Any work of religious literature in Gnosticism is a foil for allegory that's reinterpreted in light of Gnostic beliefs. So essentially, you have to be already taught Gnostic beliefs to interpret using Gnostic beliefs. It doesn't come from the scriptures. It comes from an outside external teaching that is engrafted onto various gospels, including the ones that they rewrite for their purposes. So, it's very complicated. The Gnostic religion is probably the most complex religion ever developed by man. I would rate that at the top of the list for the most complicated religion ever. I would put Sikhism second. Okay? So, I don't have a favorite Gnostic gospel because they're just kind of all the same. They don't actually tell you anything. But Anna Graham asks, do the Gnostic Gospels change the message of the gospel? Not really. Oh, there's some that do, some that tweak it. You do get a few things, few places within Gnostic Gospels that tweak it to a more Gnostic-centric idea. But that's not really the point of Gnostic Gospels. The point of Gnostic Gospels is a foil that you can reinterpret to teach Gnosticism. And Gnosticism has everything to do with secret knowledge. Which is secret. You don't write down secret. Writing down secrets is a bad thing. You don't do it. So, Jack, wait, Gospel of Thomas is just a collection of Jesus' sayings. That's all it is. And a few extras. But that's what the Gospel of Thomas is. It's a collection of Jesus' sayings that Gnostics reinterpret when they read it. The example I often use is, Mary had a little lamb. Mary had a little lamb whose fleece was white as snow. Wherever Mary went, the lamb was sure to go. You think that's about a lamb. You think that's about a lamb and a little girl whose lamb follows her to school. Oh, you silly, silly uninitiated. The Mary had a little lamb was really about a acolyte of Gnosticism. The lamb, Mary is the teacher who leads the Gnostic acolyte into the secrets of the Gnostic cult. She leads them into the school of the initiated, where the lamb learns about the secrets of Gnosticism. That's how Gnosticism works. And that's how they did it with the Gospels. They read the Gospels in that very same way, as in an allegorical method. So, Darkblade goes, so Gnostic clickbait fanfics are like codes to decipher. Yeah, it's exactly what it is. Harry Stark goes, I find it funny how women like Gospel of Thomas, considering how that Gnostic Gospel is misogynistic. It's pretty bad, yeah. Oh yeah, there's one section in the Gospel of Thomas where it talks about, well, you are a woman. Well, you can't find salvation, but I will transform you into a man that you can receive salvation through Gnosticism, through the secrets of Gnosticism. And it's like, ooh. Yeah, but that's because of that. There is a Gnostic belief that basically says that, when the sparks of the aeons were created and the sparks showered off and they became enfleshed in human bodies, some of the sparks became angels, some of the wretched ones became demons, the more wretched ones became men, and the most wretched of all are women. So, ooh. Mama says, where have you heard women like that Gnostic gospel? Karen King. Karen King loves the Gospel of Thomas. She thinks it's so egalitarian. She's got a screw loose. But Karen King also thinks that Christianity supports the patriarchy. But Gnosticism liberates women. Yeah. Yeah, by transforming them into men.
That doesn't follow.
Yeah, it doesn't follow. Bubble Trouble goes, yikes. Bubble Trouble goes, yeah, that's not going to fly today. But here's the thing: these women who love the Gnostic Gospels, they just sort of gloss over that part. They gloss over it like it doesn't exist because they're prima facie committed to the idea that Christianity is misogynistic, but Gnosticism was egalitarian, when it's quite the opposite.
So, a woman likes it.
Mama goes, so a woman likes it. Well, King's had a huge following. Had a huge following in her day. You know, there was a time when Karen King was right up there with Bart Ehrman as sort of one of the definitive experts on Gnosticism. Milo, women are worse than demons. Wow, yikes. Yeah, I know, pretty bad.
Yeah, that's a common theory that the Gnostic beliefs were suppressed by the proto.
Yeah, Sing a Bright Song here says, I've seen a lot of defenders of Gnosticism claim that the actual Gnostic beliefs were suppressed by the proto-Orthodox Christians. And yeah, that was the talking point for a long time by guys like Ehrman and King. Yeah, that was their key talking point, that there were tons of Christianities, 50 or more Christianities running around the landscape, and proto-Orthodox Christians suppressed them all. Yeah, like Christianity ever had that influence in the early church. Come on. Really? Alrighty. Let's move on here. Mamas asks, I haven't read either. This is either the Odyssey or the Iliad since I was a teenager. Worth rereading, revisiting? Yeah, the Iliad is. The Iliad's worth rereading. I'd say the Iliad definitely is worth a reread. Odyssey, not so much. Darkly goes, if the church fathers were the main ones writing about Gnostics, how do we know they didn't strawman them? Because they quoted them profusely. Wow, did they quote them profusely? We have to understand the way that church fathers wrote. It was generally done. I'll say this: 80 pages would be them quoting their opposition, and then the remaining 20 pages of them refuting it. Okay? Huge amounts of quotations are in the church fathers. Now, you don't see that because they didn't block quote and formatted it that way, but that's generally how the church fathers worked, is with massive, massive amounts of quotation. They established their case by quoting, and then they knocked it down. So, so that's why we know it wasn't strawman. Now, there's still going to be some people who say, well, maybe they tweaked it. Oh, that's always possible. Okay? This is polemic literature. It's always possible that there is some misrepresentation there. But we also don't have their side. The only side we have here is from the church fathers. So, because that's the only side of their theology we have, well, it's the only sources we got for it. Okay, moving on. Unknown Quality asks, speaking of Egypt, thoughts on the Ten Commandments movie? Um, Yeah, I got a lot of thoughts about the Ten Commandments movie. I think it's a very good movie. All except for that crummy hour and a half love story in the middle. You cut that out, and it's a great film. It does need a trim. Okay. There's a lot of details in the Ten Commandments that are really, really well done. It took advantage of the latest scholarship of the time. Labib Habashi was one of their consultants, and he was the premier archaeologist, or Egyptologist of his day. Um, it's a good movie. It has a lot of things that are really, really solid in it. The dance scene is incredibly well done, and really true to what dance was like in ancient Egypt. I highly recommended. The Hounds and Foxes game is you know true to what you'd find in Egypt. Yeah, all that stuff, all the little details are really well done in the Ten Commandments. Um, but that hour and a half love story in the middle, oh, that was insufferable and should have gone. Uh, it would have trimmed that hour from that. It would trim that movie from 4 hours to 2.5, and that's a good sweet spot for that film. So, the other thing I would say is that the parting of the Reed Sea is a little too big. Okay, that lake wasn't that deep. So anyway, that's my thoughts on the movie. Hope that helps. Mysterious fungus. Where did the whole trope of living undead mummies come from? Did it have some origin in ancient Egypt, or was it something invented much later due to folklore or Hollywood? Hollywood. This was all Hollywood. Okay. There is no folklore of mummies coming back to life. None. Zero. This is about Hollywood executives going to museums, getting scared by mummies in museums, and thinking, oh, this would be the cool subject for a movie. So, yeah, it has no basis in folklore at all. It's all Hollywood. I mean, this is even worse than the vampire stuff, really. At least vampire stuff has some folklore attached. There's no folklore attached to mummies. All right, the Dragon of Mississippi asks, could uh, Emetimu from Genesis 10:13 Septuagint be referring to Kenmet, the Karaga oasis in Egypt? Let me just take a look at what's being referred to here. Okay. Pull up the Bible here. Okay, we can take a look here at Genesis 10:13. Genesis 10:13. And Misraim came father of Ludim and Anamim and Lahabim and Naphtuhim. Okay, so let's see what is actually being referred to by the Septuagint here. Septuagint. Okay. Anime Timu. Okay, so Luadim. Ralph's. Yeah, that's Nephthalim. Enemy, sorry. And the Enematim. I don't think there's enough there to associate it with the Karga Oasis. We would need more evidence there that is related. Ludium is Lydia. So we have to be really, really careful of Genesis 10 anyway. Genesis 10 is ethnography. So the problem with ethnography is it's making moral equivalents, not even geographical equivalents, or say genealogical equivalents. These are moral equivalents. So Genesis 10 is a really, really dangerous text to try to make to do those assertions. So yeah. I don't think that this would be a strong I don't think this would be a strong comparison, but I'd have to go back and I'd have to go look at what the Karga Oasis in Egyptian was to make that assertion too. So but the fact is also though that the Septuagint is making here a translation from Anmayim. So what exactly is Anmayim is not really clear either. So it's something that would probably take a lot of research to try to sort of ascertain this. But I am not at this point disposed to translate that to the Karga Oasis. All right? Hope that helps. Moving on here. Serial Bowl asks, what's the best argument for the existence of God? I don't get into arguments for the existence of God. I think I've mentioned this before, that philosophical arguments for the existence of God don't really convince anybody. And so I've stayed out of that venue. I learned all the arguments. I did do philosophy of religion in my undergrad, so I learned the arguments. I just found that there's no argument that best proves the existence of God. However, just showing the historicity of the Bible, basically, there's something intuitive about this that I think is really important when we talk about arguments for the existence of God. I have noticed that a lot of skeptics attack the historicity of the Bible. Is that a philosophical argument? No, it's not a philosophical argument. But it is an argument of reliability. Here's the thing I think is really important to take from this, is that if you can show that the Bible is reliable on the small things, it's more likely to be reliable in the big things. Okay? And I think this is one of the reasons why the historicity of the Bible gets so attacked. It's because if they can show that the Bible is unreliable in the small things, they can then attack the big things. So I think this is the real this is where the rubber meets the road. If you can show the Bible is historical and reliable on the small things, this is what we do on our channel, then you can, at that point, you can say, okay, you know, there's something here that you might want to consider. And then it's not, at that point, it's not, you're not forcing it someone's down the throat through necessary connection. You know, at that point, you're just saying that, hey, you know, if you're going to trust anything, you should trust something that's reliable in the small things. So, but I think this, again, this is why skeptics really attack the historicity of the Bible. They want to attack the small things so they can attack the big things. So, Plushy says here, the historicity does feel like the stronger argument than the philosophy, where it can feel like endless counters. Yeah, exactly. And that's what happens when you start arguing on a philosophical basis. It becomes a back and forth between counters. So, I just don't get into that. I think it's not a good use of time. But if I can show that the Bible is historically reliable, then you can take it or leave it, whether or not it's reliable on the big things. But it does lean towards that reliability. If it leans towards the UK, you've got some evidence of its reliability on the small things. It's got a better than average chance of being reliable on the big things too. So that's what I feel is a better use of our time than, say, actually trying to try to establish a necessary philosophical argument. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. The Dragon of the Mississippi says, but couldn't the ion from the biblical Hebrew be equivalent of the guttural stop in Gaza? Would address the K in Kemet. Kemet. I would again have to look up what that Kemet was. But here's the problem with that. The ion in Gaza isn't is the Gaian. It's not an ion, it's a Gaian. The word Gaza is really, really strange in that it's not actually a true ion. It's a Gaian, which is a character that used to be in Hebrew but fell out of the language. But Gaza, that that guttural, and it's not a guttural stop, it's an actual true guttural. So it's a guttural that, so it's a Gaza instead of, whereas if you just read it without knowing that, most people would read it like Aza. It's not Aza. So but that the Gaian doesn't actually commute to a K in Egyptian. So you've got to be really, really careful about that. So yeah, Darkblade says the Gaian is a garbled fricative, not a stop. Yeah, it's not a stop. But it is a garbled. I mean, it is a garbled fricative. But that said, however, that wouldn't convert to a K in Egyptian. So that transliteration is probably not going to work. So so yeah, it would be hard to make that equation just from anonym, because It's not gonna meme. It's anonym. So yeah, that'd be a tough sell in my opinion. That'd be a tough sell. Moving on. Mr. White, what is your opinion on piracy? Is it a sin? Yes, it is. Um, it steals from creators, essentially. Now,
Kind of less of a sin since the distributors steal from the creators first.
yeah, the fact that distributors steal, the producers, the publishers steal from the creators too, yeah, it doesn't make it so. Um, here's what I think. Nobody has a right to work that is essentially not imperative for your survival. Okay. So depends on, I mean, sometimes it depends on what you're pirating too. All right. There are basically times when pirating is not such a big deal. And I don't mean that to downplay it as this is theft. But let me give you an example here. You have a book, okay, that's, let's say it was published in 1955. It's out of print. It's not coming back into print. No one's going to reprint that book. Okay? Is it a sin to... Cheap shot. Okay. Mrs. Producer gave a cheap shot there, but we won't talk about that. Is it a sin to make a copy of that book knowing it's out of print? It'll never be in print again. Technically, it's piracy. Is it a sin? Probably not. Especially if you're doing it for professional purposes. Okay, so, you know, in that case, no one's getting harmed because no one is, the producer of the creator of that book is not getting any more money from it. So even if you bought that book used, that person is not getting any more money from it. Now, for a book that's actively in print, yes, you are stealing out of the mouth of the creator. So in that case, it is a sin because you are stealing money from the creator. So I'll say this. Not all piracy is a sin, but a lot of it is. The stuff that steals directly from the creator's mouth is a sin. Here's one example. I will say this.
Amazon's sinning up the wazoo.
Yeah. Yeah, Amazon, you know, even though they're not pirating, they're forcing creators to take less.
No, they're not pirating. They're extorting.
Yeah, they're using their power of extortion. Unknown Quality says, once something enters public domain, it's fair game. For example, Steamboat Billy. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, once it's in a public domain, it's fair game. But that's the balance between the public interest and protection of creators. Is the public domain.
And that was one of the worst judicial in that area.
Mm-hmm.
Was saying a corporation could own it indefinitely.
Darkblade goes, once a piece of media that will likely get mass pirated, should it get a finished release, is Yandere Simulator. A lot of players don't like the creator. Well, yeah, Yandere Simulator is kind of a weird one anyway, to be honest. Because he's given it away for free for so long. Once he retracts that license, yeah, he's going to be persona non grata. And he's already said that he's going to do that, so... Jack Ray, what is Yandere Simulator? Ooh. Okay, Yandere Simulator is a 3D first-person, I won't say shooter, but here's the idea. You've got to kill people, because you're a Yandari, and dispose the bodies without getting caught. It takes place in a high school, and you are a young girl who plays this role. Could be cathartic. Yes. Okay. Yeah, so Yandari Simulator, I know about Yandari Simulator. I've played it a few times. Milo Mortimer. Yandari Simulator is an insane game, dude. Yeah. Yeah, it is insane. But yeah. You basically play a psychopathic Yandari.
What's a Yandari?
Yandari is a Japanese trope. It's like an anime trope. Sort of the nasty woman in a sort of a sometimes they talk about this in harem anime. Like for example, Tenchi Mew?
Yeah.
Okay. You know who Ryoko is? Ryoko's a Yandari.
Okay, that answers.
All right. Sing a Bright Song says it's also infamously poor design. Yeah, it is badly designed. Yeah, very badly designed. Breaks all the time, too. Which is why I stopped playing it years ago. Okay. Sing a Bright Song. The dude wrote an if-else statement to determine if a number was even instead of just dividing by 2. Yeah, that is kind of lazy programming. Just saying. But in some languages, sometimes that's the better way to do it, believe it or not. Like I know in Ren'Py, sometimes if statements are more efficient than the mathematical, because in Ren'Py, if you do a mathematical statement, you have to go out into a Python emulator to do that. Okay, so there are times when an if-else statement is more efficient than dividing by 2. Okay, so I mean that's one of the things we encountered. Like in Ren'Py, if you wanted to do any sort of mathematical statement, like a modulus 2, you had to go into an emulator, and that is, you're loading an emulator just to do a divide by 2. So Jack Ray goes, use a bit shift if you're that hard up. Again, it depends on the language. Ren'Py, you'd have to load the Python emulator to do that. So, again, I don't remember what Yandari Simulator was written in, but I do know that in some languages it's not the most efficient. Mathematical is not the most efficient. Depends upon what the language is, what the interpreter is, what the emulator is. So, and loading an emulator is always more expensive than an if statement. Always. Mama says Yandari equals inverted bad boy trope. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way of saying it. Jack Ray goes, divide is slower than multiply in a lot of languages. Yes, it is. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely slower than multiply in actually most languages. So again, it depends just because it uses more operations. But I mean, as I said, in like RenPy, it's a scripting language. It's not. It doesn't have mathematical operations. So, in order to do mathematical operations in RenPy, you it can be difficult to do without the use of the emulator. So, Francis Dobbs says Yandari is much worse. Yeah, because there's an element of crazy. Yandari are crazy. They're not just the inverted bad boy trope. They're also a little psychotic. It is very charming. All right, want to thank Mama here for gifting the channel 5 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you so much for that. We really appreciate your support of the channel. So appreciate it. Just a heads up, Mama. Alpha Reader is working on book 4, and I have loaded her up with Oreo cookies to get it done. So she converts Oreo cookies into alpha reads. Mama goes, yeah, Yandari equals stalker fan. Oh yeah, very much so. Yeah, yeah, that's a good comparison. Harry Stark, why did the Crusades fail to permanently defeat the Muslims? Yeah, Christians were too busy fighting amongst each other. Well, I'll say this. Here's one of the things we have to kind of understand about the Crusades. That the churches in Southern Europe, the kingdoms in Southern Europe, had basically divided attention. We have to understand that the very last of the Crusades happened just shortly before the Protestant Reformation. Okay? So what happened was, during the Protestant Reformation, the southern states, European states, were divided. Do we deal with the Reformation, or do we deal with Islam on our doorstep? So there was so much infighting in Europe that there was a failure to support, say the Christian kingdoms that had developed through the Crusades. You know, kingdoms like the Kingdom of Jerusalem, the Kingdom of Lebanon, all those sorts of things. And that's essentially why those kingdoms did not have support to permanently defeat Islam. And frankly, they didn't need to, okay? Because what actually sort of broke the back of, say, the Islamic juggernaut into Europe was the Mongols. The Mongols did worse things to Islam than the Christians did fighting back against Islam. The Mongols... Yeah, there were worse monsters under the bed. Yeah, the Mongols really did a number on Islam. And then they incorporated it, essentially, but... Islam basically failed to take Europe, thanks mostly to the Mongols. Yeah, Vlad Tepes had his hand in that too.
He actually protected all of northern Europe.
Yeah.
Again, by being a worse monster.
Yeah. Francis Dobbs says, Crusades failed because they massacred Eastern Christians. Well, that didn't help. Jewish people and Muslims at such a large scale that they depopulated most their possible mobilization. A lot of those figures were overinflated. Okay. Like for example, the reports that they killed 70,000 people in Jerusalem is crazy. There weren't 70,000 people in Jerusalem. The Crusader reports have really inflated numbers. Really inflated numbers. Um, the population of Jerusalem at the time of, I believe the Crusade was in 1066 or 1099. I think it was 1099. The whole population of Jerusalem was 33,000 people. So the whole idea that the Christian Crusaders had killed 70,000 people in Jerusalem is just baloney. It was basically a report to sell the effectiveness of the crusade to the Pope through mass numbers of blood, of course, because that's what the Pope was into. Yeah, gotta love um how do I say this? Um not Enlightenment period papacies. Ugh. Ick. Moving on. Cereal Bowl asks, are Peter's relics authentic? Probably not. There's a whole manufacturing process of relics and a whole market in relics and antiquities, especially during the late Byzantine period, that most of them are not legit. So the answer is probably no. All right, super chat here from John for 4.99. Thank you for the super chat. In Genesis 42:23, it says Joseph used an interpreter. What language was he using? Would he have been speaking Egyptian or language of the Hyksos? Okay. He used an interpreter to mask his what he knew. All right. Um, and let's pull out the Bible here, and let's get the passage, and then we'll talk about it here. So, Genesis. Where's my Bible here? Genesis 42, verse 23. Okay. It says they, and this is talking, he's talking to his brothers here. They did not know, they here being Joseph's brothers, they did not know, however, that Joseph understood, for there was an interpreter between them. Okay. Now, the language of the Hyksos was Amoritic. And Joseph and his brothers probably spoke Amoritic. Or at least it's so close to Hebrew that it's essentially the same language. Okay? But Egyptian would have been alien enough that they would have required an interpreter. So Joseph would have been familiar with both Amoritic and Egyptian because the Hyksos dynasty worked with a lot of Egyptians. A lot of Egyptians. So it was imperative for them to understand both Amoritic as well as Egyptian. So in this particular case, he would have been speaking to his brothers in Egyptian as if he was an Egyptian. He was dressed like an Egyptian. He wore the vizier's clothes like an Egyptian official, and he would have been he would have been indistinguishable from an Egyptian. So the dude's a dude. What? A biblical person misled people? Never. Oh no, they would never do that. Yeah, it happened. Misleading people, that's found in the Bible. Okay, so yeah, that's what Joseph, he's basically speaking to them in Egyptian and listening to them in Amoritic. So Jack Ray, she's my sister. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah. Sometimes they try to press those deceptions a little too far. All right. Sing a Bright Song asks, oh, we'll just finish up here. So John here, thank you. Want to thank you again for that super chat. We really appreciate it. And we hope that helped you to understand this. Again, the language that they would not have understood here would have been the Egyptian language. But the Hyksos spoke a language that was so similar to what the Levantines spoke, that wouldn't have been an issue. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Sing a Bright Song asks, would you say it's likely Levitical dietary restrictions are related to the restrictions of Egyptian priests? Well, definitely some of them were. Okay? The prohibition against eating pork, yeah, that's definitely from Egypt. But not all of them. Like, and some of those dietary restrictions are misunderstood too. Not all of those dietary restrictions were, how do you say this? They were understood differently in their time of writing than they would be later. Like let me give you the primary example. Do not cook a goat in its mother's milk. Now, that happens to deal with a specific Ugaritic fertility ritual. That has absolutely nothing to do with eating a cheeseburger. Nothing at all. It has nothing to do with mixing meat and dairy. But you hit the sort of the Second Temple period, and it becomes translated, it becomes understood as mixing meat and dairy because they lost the original context of it. So like, for example, I mean, that's one example of where a dietary law becomes misunderstood over time because they have forgotten the original context. The dude's a dude. I can understand the dietary restrictions against camel and donkey. That meat is tough. Camel's just so tasty. When it's a young camel, braised. You braise it. Oh, delicious. Absolutely delicious. Still not kosher. Still not kosher. Oxford Whitehead. Double bacon cheeseburger. Yeah, definitely that's not kosher. At all. But the original context of the biblical injunction has nothing against a double cheeseburger. The bacon, well, that's a different matter. Richard Adams asks, so many Jewish traditions linked to a misunderstanding of the text? Absolutely. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of Jewish traditions that are based upon a misunderstanding of the text. Let me give you another one. This is a freebie. This is not a dietary one, but this is a historical one. If you attend a Seder dinner, they talk about Pharaoh drowning in the Red Sea. There is no text in the biblical scriptures that talks about Pharaoh drowning. Not one. That has become a misunderstanding over time of the Jewish scriptures. So that has become a very misunderstood text. Again, they lost the context. They lost the meaning. Mama goes, this reminds me about the verse talking about exchanging the natural for the unnatural. Well, that's again, when we talk about, say, kosher versus unkosher, what we're talking really about here is normal versus abnormal. Okay? Like, you got the four categories within Israelite culture. You've got kodesh, which means holy, kasher, which means normal. That's probably the best translation for kasher is normal. You have, I forget what the word for unkosher is, but there's a category for unkosher too. It's abnormal. And then there's toevo, which means abomination. Okay? Those are your four essential categories. So when we talk about eating, the foods that we eat, you got drafa, which is nasty garbage, which would be in the category of that unkosher. You also have foods that are kosher or normal to eat. So a camel would be in that sort of category. It's abnormal. It's abnormal as food. So that's really what we're talking about there. And when you talk about that, it's like, well, that was an important set of categories for Israelites. Because Israelites had a tendency to stray from categories of normality and into pagan excess. So for them, for the Israelites, you could say, stuff like mixed fabrics, eating camel and rabbit, and those sorts of things led them into abnormal modes of religious thinking. And the reason is because they were tied. Diet was tied to religious tradition. So if you violate the food categories, it was seen that you would violate the other categories too. It was a sort of you've crossed the Rubicon. So that's why the Israelites took this seriously. Because if they crossed the Rubicon in one respect, that opened the floodgates for them to cross it in other respects. This is also why, for example, you don't see, like in the New Testament period, that's no longer a Rubicon. The food is no longer attached to religious ritual. It's no longer attached to the ritual law. It's no longer attached to. So if you have, say, a nice helping of deep fried prawns, okay, if you have your shrimp tempura, okay. I just made Alpha Reader hungry. So if you have your shrimp tempura, there's no longer any religious significance attached to it. That wasn't true of Israelites in the Second Temple period. That was attached to religious identity. So to eat shrimp tempura as a good Israelite in the 3rd century BC meant you were crossing that boundary and you were headed off into paganism. It was iniquity. It was drift. You were drifting away from the faith by ignoring the categories. So, shrimp pro tempura. Shrimp tempura is delicious. But it doesn't have significance for us because we are no longer under the ritual law that says that if you eat something maybe a little unnormal, it's not going to compromise your faith. Whereas back in the Second Temple period, oh yeah, what you ate was tied to what you believed. So what you're seeing here is sort of the difference between Iron Age and Bronze Age religious thought versus, say, a classical religious thought instead. So anyway, hope that helps and answer that question. So Sing a Bright Song. So some of those dietary laws are related to restrictions of the Egyptian priests. Some of them aren't, and but all of them are tied to, say, ritual life in Israel. So moving on. Ocklife asks, is it okay for Christians to learn about witchcraft, voodoo, and other cults? Yes, it is okay, but it's not always beneficial. Okay, all things are permissible, not all things are profitable. Here's where I would say, Mrs. Producer and I learned a lot about vampire cults. We were very much into new religious movements and studying them as an academic subject. There's no problem with that. That can be very, very helpful to a lot of people to study that. Where it crosses the line is when you start practicing it yourself. There's a difference between learning about it and engaging in the practice.
You should not choose a study that's going to influence.
Yeah, Mrs. Producer. Yeah. Yeah, Mrs. Producer says that you don't want to pick an area of study where you're going to be influenced. Okay? Like, for example, if you're a corn addict, don't study corn literature. It's just good sense. If you're a drug addict, don't study literature on drug paraphernalia. It's also a good idea. So, Sing a Bright Song says, I'd say learning about the occult is permissible, but would be inadvisable if it presents temptation to practice it. Exactly, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Jack Ray, I study war, but I don't.
Yeah, Jack Ray, I study war, but I don't practice it. Yeah. So yeah, that's where sort of the line is drawn. If it causes you to sin and stumble, don't do it. If it's of no impact upon you, then it's fine. There's nothing wrong with studying about another religion, whether voodoo, witchcraft, or other cults. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Ooh, Jack! Is studying vampires very draining? Well, the funny thing, I'll say this. When we published our our article, our viral article, I should say that.
It's
It's still a viral article on it's called Predatory Spirituality, Vampire Religion in America. Okay? And this article went absolutely viral. Okay. Um we got a lot of warnings from friends basically saying, "Ooh, vampires are scary. You don't want to write about them or study them. They're you could get murdered or something." And then our publisher got a call from one of these vampires threatening his lawyers on us because his grandmother might find out he was a vampire. It's like, dude, you published it in public. You were a vampire. What did you think was gonna happen? Oh man, blood sucking lawyers. Yeah, it's not the vampires that are gonna suck your blood. It's the lawyers. Everyone knows it's the blood sucking lawyers.
most of the question.
Yeah, we've only got a couple left, if any. Uh, so it's like, yeah, it's always the lawyers. Vampires aren't scary. The lawyers, they're scary. Mama goes, to be fair, a legitimate threat of a lawsuit is rather scary. Well, this was not a legitimate threat. I mean, basically, as soon as he said, well, my 80-year-old grandmother might find out I do blood drinking rituals, it's like, really, dude? It's like, how is she gonna, this was, at the time, it was an obscure, very obscure, religious studies, journal, which we made less obscure through this article. But, like, dude, you said so in public. What do we do? How's that our fault? I mean, as soon as he said my 80-year-old grandmother might find out, it's like, yeah, you don't have a lawsuit, man. Good luck with that one. Mama goes, a vampire worried about his grandma finding out that he's a vampire. It's not much of a vampire. No. No, it's not. At that point, I just couldn't take the vampire seriously anymore. I'll say this about them. They've never threatened us. Never once. Dang. They did act silly sometimes. Okay, I want to thank PA888 for sponsoring a question here. I've gotten through most of them already, so there's still a few that we'll pick here. Okay.
Does anyone still believe in ancient Egyptians?
Well, that's a good one. We'll take that one. 10:15 here. So yeah. Jack Ray says, oops. Was his grandma Southern Baptist or something? They get scary. Yeah. Mama goes, it definitely ruins the mystique of it all. Yeah. That's what I found is, ooh, scary vampire. No. No. Yeah, you're scared of your 80-year-old grandma. You're scared of your 80-year-old grandma. Yeah, that kind of ruins the mystique. No question about it. Okay. So let's move on to that super chat here. Again, thank you for sponsoring this question. We really appreciate it. And the question we're going to pick here is 10:15 Cereal Bowl. Does anyone still practice in ancient anyone believe in ancient Egyptian religion? There are people that think they do. um, there's what's called the conscious community. The conscious community is essentially African Americans who pretend they still worship Egyptian religion as basically the true religion of say people with lots of melanin. Okay? The people the original African religion. Well, yeah, not so much. But a lot of their beliefs are not true Egyptian. There's also a group called the Kemetic Orthodox, who are not part of the conscious community, but also claim to practice ancient Egyptian religion. All of that is basically reconstructed religion. So they have as much to do with ancient Egyptian religion as, say, modern Druidism has to ancient Druidism. Nobody, as far as I know, nobody practices ancient Egyptian religion anymore, as far as how it was originally practiced by the Egyptians. No one. And the reason why is because it's prohibitively expensive. It'll also land you in a lot of legal trouble. So nobody practices ancient Egyptian religion as it was practiced by the Egyptians. Nobody. Mama says, Doc, they are religious historical interpreters. They're religious historical cosplayers is what they are. Yeah, they're cosplayers. They're not really doing it the way Egyptians did it. Let me give you an example of it. I know one particular member of the conscious community who makes his house and his kitchen the inner sanctum of his faith. Okay. Now, let me put it to you how whacked this is. If you brought a slice of pepperoni pizza into an Egyptian sanctum, you would defile the sanctum. Because pepperoni isn't kosher in Egyptian religion. It would defile it. So one piece of pepperoni pizza will defile an Egyptian sanctuary. Do any of these Egyptian religion cosplayers know that? Probably not. But does that stop them? Probably not. The amount of ritual purification that's needed for a real Egyptian temple is so incredibly immense that it's prohibitively expensive. It would cost millions and millions of dollars to do Egyptian religion the right way. It would also, there's also a little bit of human sacrifice involved, which is probably not legal anymore. Just saying. So it was, yeah, it's, nobody can practice Egyptian religion anymore. It was a state-sponsored religion. It was funded by the state. And because it was funded by the state, all the trappings that went into Egyptian religion were paid for by the state. So, yeah. Mama says here, you made a whole series of videos of all the things required. It's pretty daunting. Even Elon Musk or Bill Gates would never. No, they wouldn't. Yeah. It's not in, they could afford it, but they wouldn't pay for it. It's not a good use of money. Yeah. Jackery says, kind of like neo-druids aren't druidic. They play druids like children. Yeah, they do. Sing a Bright Song says they're what they call LARPers nowadays, I imagine. Yeah, they're LARPers. Yeah, so nobody really practices Egyptian religion anymore. It's just not feasible in this day and age. So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you, PA888, for sponsoring that channel, that question. We really appreciate it, and thank you so much for helping us out with the channel. We so appreciate it. This is all the Bezos might. Yeah, well, we won't talk about what Bezos does in private. All right. Let's see here. What else I've got? Rich Adams for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What is your take on Mark Chavalis? I've been listening to his YouTube videos and found his Mesopotamian info helpful. If I remember who this is, I think he's a decent scholar, but I don't have a lot to say about him. It's not. I don't really. I don't really intersect with a lot of his material, so I think he's probably fine for Mesopotamian stuff, but I wouldn't. I don't know for sure. Okay, so thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Unfortunately, I can't give you more on info because I don't watch a lot of his stuff. Tao Chung asks, Doc, what's your opinion on Oxyrhynchus fish as the fish that bit off Osiris's phallus? It's good eating. Not the phallus, but the fish. That's your Nile perch. That's Nile perch. So Egyptians have been eating that fish for a long, long, long time. So it's one of the common fishes found in the Nile. It's, you throw bait in the water, they'll eat it. It's sort of what was going on there. So I hope that helps. Yeah.
We had one from 949. We made meatloaf last night. But any other secret ingredients?
Meatloaf, huh?
Yeah,
What?
949.
949, huh?
Make an excellent.
949. Eight, 949. Tao Chung asks, this question comes from 949. Hi, Doc. I made meatloaf last night. Well, meatloaf's yummy. You got any method or secret ingredients care to share? Thanks. Keep it simple. Okay. Here's my secret to great meatloaf. A beef pork blend. Beef and pork blend. You'll get a good balance of solid protein plus a lot of fat. That's essential for a good meatloaf, is a lot of fat. Add some bacon. Add some bread, particularly breadcrumbs. You'll need that to hold it together. Little eggs, some salt, pepper, spices, and then barbecue sauce. That's how you do a great meatloaf. There's no secret to great meatloaf other than simplicity. So, again, I would just say that pork and beef blend is really what you want for a great meatloaf. And then just some bacon. And then, basically with the bacon, you just chop it up and include it in the mix. It adds a smokiness to it.
The dude's a dude.
The dude's a dude. Every time I hear meatloaf, that LL comes to mind. The thing with breadcrumbs that actually is, it's not so much the moisture that you want for the breadcrumbs. Mama goes, zucchini works in a place of breadcrumbs for maintaining moisture. It's not so much with meatloaf. It's not so much the moisture that you want. It's the fact that the breadcrumbs absorb the fats. So that's why the breadcrumbs are good in meatloaf.
They absorb the fat, but they keep the fat.
Yeah, they keep the fat. So it isn't so much that's about maintaining moisture. If it's just about moisture, yeah, go for zucchini. But the breadcrumbs do a little more than that. John says, I've only tried all beef meatloaf. I'll have to try mixing it with pork sometime. Yeah, the pork and beef blend is the best for meatloaf. Mama goes, would you add any egg, Doc? Yeah, sure. Add a single egg. Don't go overboard on the egg. Okay, just one egg will suffice. All you're trying to do with the egg is hold the ingredients together. Mama goes, so breadcrumbs give a structure for it to cling to. Yeah, it does. Bread, like cubed bread or breadcrumbs. Sometimes I actually prefer cubed bread over breadcrumbs, to be honest. In meatballs, same deal. You want an absolutely excellent I mean the big Italian meatballs, not the little tiny Swedish meatballs. Those things are like rocks in pasta. But you know, the big Italian meatballs, the two-inch meatballs.
Well, those are basically round meatloaves.
Yeah, they're round meatloaves. That's essentially what I was going to say. Is those Italian meatballs are essentially round meatloaves. Okay? And what you do with those is essentially it's the same recipe as meatloaf, except without the barbecue sauce. So what you do is you basically form meatballs with the same stuff as you'd make, say, meatloaf. You put that in the oven, and then you bring it out, add your tomato sauce or your marinara or whatever, bolognese, and it's essentially, I mean, the same thing. Mama says, yep, I make legit Italian meatballs once or twice a year for the family, and I don't skip on the breadcrumbs for that. Now I know why. Yeah, that's why. It gives your meatballs the retained fat. It gives it some structure. It also makes them more fluffy. Okay? So that's how you don't turn your meatballs into lead fishing weights that sit in your stomach. Mama says, I make them so big that you really only need 2 per person. Maybe 3 if you're really hungry. Yeah. And that's the sign of a good meatball. That's the sign of a good meatball. Essentially, they are mini meatloaves. Okay. So, foodie section part 2. I think we're coming here to the end of the night. So let's see. It's 11:46 anyway, so. Mama says, yeah, my recipe comes from a generational Italian cook, Laura in the kitchen on YouTube. Okay, cool. Serial Bull asks, what Bible software are you using? A very antiquated version of BibleWorks. And I really only use it on these live streams. I mean, it's ancient. My version here is so old. I mean, I'm using the Windows 98 release from 2003, version 6. ancient is what I'm using.
Good stuff.
Yeah, it's good stuff. It works perfectly fine for just doing basic searches of the Bible. It has a few additions. Doesn't have everything, but they don't need everything either. Dude asks, was Nimrod responsible for the Tower of Babel? No. Nimrod probably postdates the Tower of Babel. But Nimrod is also an amalgamated character, too. He's an amalgamated person. He's the amalgamation of several Mesopotamian kings. He's not just one king. He's not just one king. And the Bible does this frequently. It will take certain persons and amalgamate them to for literary purposes. We see that, for example, with the oppression pharaoh of the Exodus. The oppression pharaoh is not one pharaoh; he's many pharaohs that have been amalgamated. Zechariah in the New Testament is an amalgamated character. So there's actually a couple of these in the Bible. So it's a common, or it's a well-known Israelite literary device. Okay, Sing a Bright Song says, Book 3 was a great read, and if the series had been a trilogy, I would have thought it'd been sufficient. Quite looking forward to Book 4. Ooh, awesome! Yeah, we're excited about Book 4, too. Book 4, well, what I like about the War of the Gods series in writing it is I get to write different books every time. So, you know, yeah, that did bother somebody. Hey, look, I mean, some people didn't get Book 3. Some people just did not get Book 3 at all. You know, we had one reviewer already say, you know, this is supposed to be a book on the War of the Gods. And where's the fighting and where are the gods? I only see one god hidden in this book, Care Pouty. It's like, dude, the title? there's the title indicates there's a second one. Did not. It's like, did not. The reviewer did not understand that even in Book 3, there's more than one.
Also, even if you had one god per book.
Yeah, even if you had one god per book.
That's legitimate.
That's still legitimate because it is a series.
But he doesn't know you've got like 8 in your head.
Yeah. Mama goes, really? Yeah, really. She goes, it is a series. Yes, it is. My word. Uh-huh. Sing a Bright Song. Reading comprehension is a lost art, truly. It is. Yeah. You know, here's sort of the balance you have to play as a writer, is you gotta trust the reader, but sometimes the reader isn't trustworthy. Sometimes the reader can't read, or reads hastily and not thinking. So, it's like,
generally the readers.
Most of the time the readers are pretty good, but we have had a few review readers that in the past just missed the point because they read too quickly and not with much attention.
Well,
so
he was expecting this to be Space Marines.
Yeah, he was expecting this to be Space Marines.
He said there was a lot of philosophy in it.
He said there was a lot of philosophy in it and a lot of psychology. Well, it's really not as much about Space Marines as it is about Alicia's redemptive arc. It's about Alicia. That's who the book is about. Overcoming her demons. Jack Ray, there are space marines? Yeah, I was sort of, yeah. It's not a Tom Clancy book and novel in space. No, it's not. Yeah. Yeah, Alicia is a space marine. Yep. Mama's got it right there.
Didn't that used to be a derogatory comment?
No, that was Space Cadet. Singer Bright's song is I left a review on the Amazon page myself, but didn't want to spoil anything. So it's a vague, bit vague. Well, here's the thing. Understand this about spoilers. Spoilers, they've done studies of this. And I love these studies. These studies are so cool. 80% of people would prefer spoilers. It doesn't take away the reading experience. In fact, it adds to the reading experience by reducing the tension. And people find that actually a relieving experience. So, the vast majority of people would prefer a few spoilers rather than a complete surprise. So, I mean, I've done the complete flip on the whole spoiler thing. I used to wonder if giving away stuff would spoil the book. It doesn't. It enhances the book. It gives them more incentive to read it. It gives them social proof. So, Sing a Song, Bright Song says, I would have thought the tension was part of the experience, admittedly, but that's fascinating. You'd think so, but it's, they've done this over and over and over. For 20% of people, yeah, it really does spoil things. But for 80%, it enhances the experience. Mama says, spoilers sell books. Reviews sell books. Reviews with spoilers sell even more books. Yes, they do. Jack Ray goes, I must have spoilers, especially preparing for who dies, or how many, if many, do I really want to invest time? Yeah, well, I can understand that. Sing a Bright Song says, we'll try to keep that in mind when I write a review for book 4. Well, thank you. Thank you for writing a book for book 3. We really appreciate it. Reviews are so helpful. We so appreciate those book reviews. They are precious to us. Mama goes, I plan to read book 2 and read book 3 on Sunday and hopefully get reviews for both posted next week. Let's see what anemia and thyroid issues let me accomplish. Well, I don't like the fact you have those issues, but I do appreciate the reviews. But yeah, spoilers are fine. Spoilers, I have no problem with spoilers. I just love the reviews. Keep the reviews coming. Sing a Bright Song asks a follow-up question here. He didn't mark it with a Q and a colon, but I saw the Q and colon underneath it. So, follow-up question. Is it likely the Israelite practice of circumcision is related to its practice among Egyptian priests? Yeah, actually. It wasn't just confined to Egyptian priests either, but a lot of the Egyptian upper middle class performed circumcision. It was very common in Egypt. From at least the 5th dynasty onward. So it's probably even though in Israelite practice Abraham is said to have used circumcision as a sign of the covenant, it's also apparent that the Egyptians affirmed that practice and continued that practice. So Mama says, good news is I'm healing well from my surgery last month. Bad news is it didn't solve my severe exhaustion, lightheadedness, etc. But we did find through blood tests what was going on, we hope. Well, praise God for that. praise God for that. Rich Adams asks, I went from a charismatic church to a messianic church. I thought the messianic church had the original understanding of the text. It doesn't. But felt odd with some of the traditions. Messianic churches mileage will vary. Some are very good, some are heretical. It's a wide pool, and the depth will vary as you go across it. So if you find a good messianic church, they can be very good. If you find a bad one, they can be very bad. So mileage will vary on messianic churches. But none of them have an original understanding. Nobody can really claim to have an original understanding. They have a tradition. And a lot of that tradition is based upon Talmudic, basically 5th century AD Jewish understanding. So, got to understand that when you get into this.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Since it was universal, would that tie into their status as a nation?
Singer Bright Song has a comment here that circumcision was universal among Israelites then. Would tie into their status as a nation of priests, presumably. It ties in to the Abrahamic covenant, which is not so much. I don't believe that's the nation of priests. I don't think you find that until, say, Sinai, but it does tie into the land, the posterity, and the relationship. So that's what it really ties into. We don't see that as the nation of priests, because Abraham was a father of many nations, not just the Israelites. Okay? So, the circumcision is the sign of the Abrahamic covenant. But you don't see the priests make you a nation, or make you a nation of priests until Sinai. So, that's sort of the difference there. Deduce a dude. If they built the third temple next to the Dome of the Rock, would that be accepted by the Jews? Many of them, yeah. Many of them would accept that. Might not be so accepted by Islam in the local area. That's going to be the issue. It's not building the third temple next to the Dome of the Rock is not going to be an issue for the Jews. That's close enough for government work, because they don't know exactly where, and frankly, I don't think the Holy of Holies is in the Dome of the Rock anyway. I think it's beside it in the Dome of the Tablets. And the Dome of the Tablets is such a minor shrine to Islam. It's not even funny. But it is enough that if they knock that 10-foot structure down, that it will cause a lot of bloodshed. So what's really preventing this from happening is not so much Jewish acceptance. This would be fine under Jewish acceptance. It would not be fine under Islam. So that's sort of the difference. So hope that helps. Yep, I know the time. We're almost done anyway here. Okay. So I think we're probably going to call it at that point. I think that's going to be our last question of the night. We're good with that? Yeah, it's after midnight now, so uh again, I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight. Uh thank you for all the super chats who help sustain this ministry. We really, really appreciate it. We want to thank everyone who supports us through Patreon and through the YouTube memberships. Again, you guys help us out by keeping the equipment going. We also want to thank those who watch our videos, and we also want to remind you again that we are going to be releasing Reliquary of the Dead, the first book in the War of the Gods, as an audiobook on Monday's video. So we hope you watch that. It's 9 hours worth of viewing or listening. And we appreciate you guys coming in and, again, presenting lots of interesting questions that we can answer. So we want to wish you a great week. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.